Hello, welcome to the studio for today's live virtual watercolour workshop with me, Matthew Palm. Looking forward to starting just after 10 AM UK time. Here we've got a sheet of watercolour paper stuck to a board. It will be stuck to a board. Working landscape orientation. This is about 11 by 15 inch, but size really does not matter in this particular case. A slight tilt on your board would be great, just to give it a little bit of movement. And we'll be starting just after 10 AM. Get yourself geared up with your primary colours, some white paint, your 3 brushes, and also if you've got a couple of sheets of paper or card which we could use to create this beautiful beam effect, and a sponge, either natural or synthetic. We'll get to that later on in the workshop. It's going to be a belter, folks, so get yourself geared up, ready for starting just after 10 AM. Now, get yourself booked in for next week's workshop. Information at the bottom of the screen. You can see it's on the 23rd of January, Sunday the 23rd of January. It doesn't matter if you can't be there live, because once you've bought it, it's yours to keep for a tenner. You can't go wrong. Now, we are painting a beautiful beach scene and seascape with children flying kites, moored boats and sand dunes. This is based on a photograph I took a few years ago on a painting holiday on a location in Norfolk in the UK. A beautiful beach looking out to sea and beautiful kites in the sky, children running around the beach, and there's beautiful sand dunes with a boat. It's going to be a belter. You've been asking for this one. Now's your chance, folks. It's a busy one. 80% space has gone. Now, if you do book into this, the link is in the description below. Now's the time to do this. Space is going quickly. Also on the email as well, if you'd like to get yourself booked in. Now, we do have a giveaway. There's £150 worth of art materials and paintings to give away. What we're actually giving away is something pretty cool. We're giving away an original Matthew Palmer painting, which is here. There it is. It'll be sent out, signed 2022. It was the first painting of the year, actually, that I did in my studio, so I'm giving that away. And then I'm also giving away some Watercolour TV shopping vouchers. It's going to be great. So we're giving away a painting plus £80 worth of Watercolour TV vouchers. There's going to be 3 prizes during next week's workshop. 2 £40 vouchers to spend on the wonderful Watercolour TV. There it is at the bottom of the screen. And also we're giving away an original painting of mine, which will be sent out to you and signed. So probably around £150 to £200 worth of goodies to give away. 3 prizes. You've just got to be booked into the workshop next week to take part, and I'll see you just after 10 AM. I'm going to grab a coffee and book myself in. See you in a wee while. Hello, welcome to the studio for today's live virtual watercolour workshop with me, Matthew Palm. Looking forward to starting just after 10 AM UK time. Here we've got a sheet of watercolour paper stuck to a board. It will be stuck to a board. Working landscape orientation. This is about 11 by 15 inch, but size really does not matter in this particular case. A slight tilt on your board would be great, just to give it a little bit of movement. And we'll be starting just after 10 AM. Get yourself geared up with your primary colours, some white paint, your 3 brushes, and also if you've got a couple of sheets of paper or card which we could use to create this beautiful beam effect, and a sponge, either natural or synthetic. We'll get to that later on in the workshop. It's going to be a belter, folks, so get yourself geared up, ready for starting just after 10 AM. Now, get yourself booked in for next week's workshop. Information at the bottom of the screen. You can see it's on the 23rd of January, Sunday the 23rd of January. It doesn't matter if you can't be there live, because once you've bought it, it's yours to keep for a tenner. You can't go wrong. Now, we are painting a beautiful beach scene and seascape with children flying kites, moored boats and sand dunes. This is based on a photograph I took a few years ago on a painting holiday on a location in Norfolk in the UK. A beautiful beach looking out to sea and beautiful kites in the sky, children running around the beach, and there's beautiful sand dunes with a boat. It's going to be a belter. You've been asking for this one. Now's your chance, folks. It's a busy one. 80% space has gone. Now, if you do book into this, the link is in the description below. Now's the time to do this. Space is going quickly. Also on the email as well, if you'd like to get yourself booked in. Now, we do have a giveaway. There's £150 worth of art materials and paintings to give away. What we're actually giving away is something pretty cool. We're giving away an original Matthew Palmer painting, which is here. There it is. It'll be sent out, signed 2022. It was the first painting of the year, actually, that I did in my studio, so I'm giving that away. And then I'm also giving away some Watercolour TV shopping vouchers. It's going to be great. So we're giving away a painting plus £80 worth of Watercolour TV vouchers. There's going to be 3 prizes during next week's workshop. 2 £40 vouchers to spend on the wonderful Watercolour TV. There it is at the bottom of the screen. And also we're giving away an original painting of mine, which will be sent out to you and signed. So probably around £150 to £200 worth of goodies to give away. 3 prizes. You've just got to be booked into the workshop next week to take part, and I'll see you just after 10 AM. I'm going to grab a coffee and book myself in. See you in a wee while. Hello, welcome to the studio for today's live virtual watercolour workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to starting just after 10 AM UK time. Here we've got a sheet of watercolour paper stuck to a board. It will be stuck to a board. Working landscape orientation. This is about 11 by 15 inch, but size really does not matter in this particular case. A slight tilt on your board would be great, just to give it a little bit of movement. And we'll be starting just after 10 AM. Get yourself geared up with your primary colours, some white paint, your 3 brushes, and also if you've got a couple of sheets of paper or card, which we could use to create this beautiful beam effect, and a sponge, either natural or synthetic. We'll get to that later on in the workshop. It's going to be a belter, folks, so get yourself geared up, ready for starting just after 10 AM. Now, get yourself booked in for next week's workshop. Information at the bottom of the screen. You can see it's on the 23rd of January, Sunday the 23rd of January. It doesn't matter if you can't be there live, because once you've bought it, it's yours to keep for a tenner. You can't go wrong. Now, we are painting a beautiful beach scene and seascape with children flying kites, moored boats and sand dunes. This is based on a photograph I took a few years ago on a painting holiday on a location in Norfolk in the UK. A beautiful beach looking out to sea and beautiful kites in the sky, children running around the beach. And there's beautiful sand dunes with a boat. It's going to be a belter. You've been asking for this one. Now's your chance, folks. It's a busy one. 80% space has gone. Now, if you do book into this, the link is in the description below. Now's the time to do this. Space is going quickly. Also on the email as well, if you'd like to get yourself booked in. Now, we do have a giveaway. There's £150 worth of art materials and paintings to give away. What we're actually giving away is something pretty cool. We're giving away an original Matthew Palmer painting, which is here. There it is. It'll be sent out, signed 2022. It was the first painting of the year, actually, that I did in my studio, so I'm giving that away. And then I'm also giving away some Watercolour TV shopping vouchers. It's going to be great. So we're giving away a painting plus £80 worth of Watercolour TV vouchers. There's going to be 3 prizes during next week's workshop. 2 £40 vouchers to spend on the wonderful Watercolour TV. There it is at the bottom of the screen. And also we're giving away an original painting of mine, which will be sent out to you and signed. So probably around £150 to £200 worth of goodies to give away. 3 prizes. You've just got to be booked into the workshop next week to take part, and I'll see you just after 10 AM. I'm going to grab a coffee and book myself in. See you in a wee while. Hello, welcome to the studio for today's live virtual watercolour workshop with me, Matthew Palmer. Looking forward to starting just after 10 AM UK time. Here we've got a sheet of watercolour paper stuck to a board. It will be stuck to a board. Working landscape orientation. This is about 11 by 15 inch, but size really does not matter in this particular case. A slight tilt on your board would be great, just to give it a little bit of movement. And we'll be starting just after 10 AM. Get yourself geared up with your primary colours, some white paint, your 3 brushes, and also if you've got a couple of sheets of paper or card, which we could use to create this beautiful beam effect, and a sponge, either natural or synthetic. We'll get to that later on in the workshop. It's going to be a belter, folks, so get yourself geared up, ready for starting just after 10 AM. Now, get yourself booked in for next week's workshop. Information at the bottom of the screen. You can see it's on the 23rd of January, Sunday, the 23rd of January. It doesn't matter if you can't be there live, because once you've bought it, it's yours to keep for a tenner. You can't go wrong. Now, we are painting a beautiful beach scene and seascape with children flying kites, moored boats and sand dunes. This is based on a photograph I took a few years ago on a painting holiday on a location in Norfolk in the UK. A beautiful beach looking out to sea and beautiful kites in the sky, children running around the beach. And there's beautiful sand dunes with a boat. It's going to be a belter. You've been asking for this one. Now's your chance, folks. It's a busy one. 80% space has gone. Now, if you do book into this, the link is in the description below. Now's the time to do this. Space is going quickly. Also on the email as well, if you'd like to get yourself booked in. Now, we do have a giveaway. There's £150 worth of art materials and paintings to give away. What we're actually giving away is something pretty cool. We're giving away an original Matthew Palmer painting, which is here. There it is. It'll be sent out, signed 2022. It was the first painting of the year, actually, that I did in my studio, so I'm giving that away. And then I'm also giving away some Watercolour TV shopping vouchers. It's going to be great. So we're giving away a painting plus £80 worth of Watercolour TV vouchers. There's going to be 3 prizes during next week's workshop. 2 £40 vouchers to spend on the wonderful Watercolour TV. There it is at the bottom of the screen. And also we're giving away an original painting of mine, which will be sent out to you and signed. So probably around £150 to £200 worth of goodies to give away. 3 prizes. You've just got to be booked into the workshop next week to take part, and I'll see you just after 10 AM. I'm going to grab a coffee and book myself in. See you in a wee while. Hello there, folks. Welcome to the studio. Had a few links to resend to people and various things, but we're here live now from beautiful Derbyshire. Sun is shining, cold, frosty day, but looking forward to this. It's going to be a great one. So thank you for taking time out to join us live. The second one of 2022. Really enjoyed last week's Fox painting. Well done to everyone that took part in that. The belter. If you missed out on any of the previous ones, there's a link in the description where you can purchase any previous workshop. Yes, you can. We are broadcasting at full strength. We are live. It's a live stream, so you never know what's going to happen. If we do ever lose connection, physically and mentally, then just give it a few minutes to reconnect and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. So we're going to paint a woodland. We've got a few examples here of scenes with beams shining down. In fact, this one that you can maybe just see at the bottom here, this one was actually done on a virtual workshop last year. In fact, it might have even been 2020, to be fair. Amazon rainforest beams shining through the trees. But this particular one, we're going to be doing a painting kind of Sherwood Forest. It's my local kind of forest, really, I guess. And I took a photograph a couple of years ago with the beams and the crocuses. So that's the plan. No finished painting, no inspirational photographs, just a piece of paper and me and you. That's all we've got. And that's the way these workshops work. So it's going to be a belter. Absolute belter. Get yourself booked in for next week, folks, if you've not already. It's going to be a lovely workshop. Children on the beach, flying kites, looking out to sea, boats moored and sand dunes. It's going to be an absolute belter, folks. Do get yourself booked into that. Spaces are going pretty quick for that one. About 80% full. So a nice popular one for next week. The link is in the description below if you want to book onto that workshop. Here's a bit more information about it. Yeah, so paint a beautiful beach scene and seascape with children flying kites, moored boats and sand dunes in watercolour. It's going to be a lovely one. It really is. If you do book into that workshop, you stand the chance of winning. You stand the chance of winning £150 worth of stuff, including an original Mr. Palmer painting, which we've got here as well, which will be signed 2022. That was the first painting I did in the studio this year, so that'll be up for grabs next week. You're just going to be booked in for that. Plus, we're giving away £80 worth of Watercolour TV shopping vouchers as well, so you can have a spending supermarket sweep on the website. You can buy anything with it. Only thing you can't use it for is for workshops. How many people are booked in for next week? Let me know in the live chat. If you're not on the live chat, you can use this. This is the email address top of the screen, so you can use that. And I know that you really enjoyed the painting we did before Christmas, the festive market with the people on. So I thought, let's introduce people into next week's workshop. Small, sort of distant with the kites. You can see some inspirational images at the bottom of the screen. I love those, the kites in the sky. Really, really nice subject for next week, so do make sure you get yourself booked in. Jackie's booked in, Elizabeth's booked in, Patricia is too, Andrew Mary's. Make sure you grab a space. Make sure you grab a space, folks. Spaces are going quickly for that one. Now let's get down to the palette here. Now if you was with us last week, we started a new palette. New palette for the new year, so that's why it's looking a little bit sparse, but that's because all we need for this workshop is 3 colours. You need some kind of a blue. This particular one is natural blue. There it is. French ultramarine will do, or cobalt blue. Some kind of a blue is all you need for the workshop. I mean, feel free to use other colours, but to make it accessible to people, just the 3 primary colours. This is natural yellow light. Make sure you do use the light version. If you've not got that, you could use Okay, folks, we had to do a quick reset there. We are back. We are back. We're back. We're back. Hopefully everybody's going to come back, but we are back. I've just got to resend the email to people because a few people that aren't in the live chat don't know that that we're back. So just give me a couple of minutes. Great time to book in for next week. Back in a sec. Reset your link. Refresh your link. Hopefully we're back. I'm fighting fit. Right, well, we'll start again, shall we? Welcome to the workshop. It's been one of those days. You know, I've been up since 6 a.m. getting all this working. And after 88 live workshops, boom, this one decides to go funny. But anyway, we're back. Hopefully, we're back, and hopefully you can see it. I'm just going to resend the email to people because there's only about 40 people on the live chat. So I'm just going to resend the link to let people know because we've gone down from 100 viewers to 18 viewers. So hopefully this is going to be all right. Just give me 2 minutes, folks. With you. You can smell the fear, can't you? You can smell the fear. Talk amongst yourselves. We are here. We are here. I'm talking in the background. Just so you know I'm here. Seems to be working okay. Sylvia says help. Just refresh your link, folks. Reload the link. It's the same link. The same link. The same link. Good job we've not started yet. I'm having palpitations, and that's not because of caffeine. Has Boris Johnson decided to resign live on YouTube or something? Is that why YouTube's acting up today? What are you saying? Chance would be a fine thing. About YouTube, that is, of course. I am here, and I am talking in the background. I'll wobble the camera so you can see I'm here. There you go. A wobbly camera. So I'm just basically resending the link to people. Just in case. But it is exactly the same link, folks. Exactly the same one. I've not broken sweat just yet, but I'm getting there. So if you did get any problems, relink. From what I can see, so from what I can see there, folks, that gremlin, that little glitch was actually, we were still broadcasting here at full strength, green light, which means that we've got a good connection. So we were still working here, but for whatever reason, YouTube just went off. So I'm going to pass the blame onto YouTube. A little bit of a dance there. I'm going to pass the blame onto YouTube, and we'll start again. We'll give it a couple of minutes, let people come back in, and we'll start again. We've lost about 15 viewers, but you know, I'm sure they'll come back. We just got to the position where we were talking about materials. Hopefully you use that as an excuse to book next week's live workshop. We've done, if you're new to these workshops, please, and I'm sure people in the comment will back me up on this, because I hate it when this happens. It's happened once or twice in the past, over the past almost 90 weeks of doing these live streams, and it really makes me, I feel a bit embarrassed when this happens, because it's not anything that is of my control. It's just a thing that happens. So apologies. I've had a couple of emails saying they're not happy that this has happened. Like I say, it's one of those things that is, it just happens from time to time, occasionally. I think maybe 3 times in 90 workshops is probably about where we're at. So please back me up in the chat here, just to drop in a comment saying that this does not happen often, and please don't be put off, because these live workshops are such an important part of this arty world. Please back me up in the comments. Okay. Deep breath. I think we're good. We're back almost where we was when we started. We're still broadcasting. Like I say, I never lost connection here, but from the YouTube side, it just went off. YouTube just went, which tells me that something was happening with a lot of viewers on their server that kind of caused a bit of a backlog, maybe, possibly. Who knows? Who knows? Right, so we got as far as saying, if you need to get in touch, there is an email address. I'm stalling because I'm waiting for people coming back. Patricia says Facebook's got COVID as well. Is Facebook not working as well? Maybe it's just the entire social media. It decided to go down on Sunday the 16th of January 2022. Rosemary said it's not my fault. It's not, but I do worry. That it kind of, a live broadcast is, there's so much to go wrong, but you know, when you get it right, it works. It works. Help me out here, folks. Internet problems. Let's resume. So here we've got the palette. This is where we got to. We got to the mixing palette, folks. We got to the palette, and we were talking about colours. We were talking about the blue being natural blue or French ultramarine blue or cobalt blue. Popped a blob here. We've got the yellow, bright yellow, natural yellow, cadmium yellow, or lemon yellow, aureolin or gamboge. This one is natural yellow light. Popped a blob, and then the red here is natural red. That's as far as we got. Natural red, alizarin crimson, or rose madder, just popped here. And then useful for later, possibly, not saying it will be, but probably going to be used, is a white paint of some kind. This particular one is natural white or just Matthew Palmer white, but gouache, white acrylic, white watercolour would be quite useful for doing crocuses, definitely, without a doubt. You might recall last year, about this time, we did a painting of snowdrops in a woodland, and I'll show you this on here. We'll get some focus there. I'll show you that. See that picture here? So I did this snowdrops in this woodland. Well, that's kind of, I suppose, a similar kind of theme to this, but we are going to work on a bit of a vignette here. So just going to quickly grab a pen, and the focus will happen once there's something for the camera to focus on. Just mark roughly on the side the central points. You know, I've done it around the edge, and you know I'm stuck to a board here as well. So I've stuck this down. I've marked in the 4 points. That'll give me some kind of idea of position of this thing. It just helps you position things on your paper. Grab yourself a pencil, because there's almost zero sketching involved in this picture. Vanessa said it's a rare problem. It is a rare problem. Lynn says, don't worry, Matthew, these things, there's always a few people that aren't happy. Yeah, there's just a couple of emails come through saying, you know, what's happening, blah, blah, blah. But it's inevitable that that's going to kind of happen. So, yeah, basically we are going to be producing this beautiful woodland here on this sheet of paper. A very simple sketch is going to take place. Like I say, folks, and I must have had a feeling this was going to happen, because I did mention this, actually. I mentioned this at the start of the workshop. I did say that if this actually does happen at any point, if we lose connection, please do just hang around. Don't go anywhere, because what will happen, the way that this YouTube premium private world works now, if I go back 2 years when we started doing these live streams, we had to create a new link, but now we don't. It's the same link. It's exactly the same. So if we do go again, if YouTube throws me off again, stick around, because I have to just reset and wait for YouTube to come back, and then we start again. That's kind of how this thing works. So do please stick around. Thank you for all the nice comments, giving me some backup. Thanks for that. Okay, back to the sketch. So we're going to do a very simple, straightforward scene here. It's going to be a nice, relaxing one. As far as sketching's concerned, I'm just going to sketch in a bit of a footpath off to one side. That's all. So on this sheet of paper here, it's a 1/4 imperial. Size is not really an issue here. There's pretty much no sketching involved on this. If you want to sketch in the footpath, it does help to give the composition. Yeah, so John is asking, how does it work? Okay, so basically, how do I know I've got... Right, so just to answer the question, we use a bit of software. It's like a little dashboard that is on the computer screen over there, and it's like it's a traffic light, basically. So it's red, yellow and green. If it's green, it's good. It is throwing it out good from this end, and it gets to YouTube, and then YouTube turn it into a live stream. So what happened in this case is YouTube said, you're not broadcasting live, and they threw us off. I don't know what the problem was, but that's how we know that we've got a good connection, just so you, if you're curious. Back. Okay, so here's the pencil. So let's just imagine that the bottom third of this picture is going to be crocuses and floor. The top two thirds is going to be trees, tall pine trees, because that's what Sherwood Forest has a lot of, and that's what the image I've got is. And basically, I want to do it in a vignette style. I'm not going to fill the page. I want to do a vignette. I love the vignettes, as I'm sure you know. Grab a pencil, and roughly about a third up, just use your mind to position so it's below halfway, about a third, a little bit off to the right. I want to sketch in a little bit of a track, which is going to basically wiggle. I'll do it a second time for you. It's going to wiggle, something like that. Now, what I'm going to do here, folks, I'm going to darken the screen. Felicia says we're a bit out of focus. That's because there's nothing for the camera to actually focus on just yet. So if I darken the screen here, you can see that pencil sketch. It's just a wiggly zigzag. I'll do it again. I'll take it out and I'll put it back in again for you. So I've just got an eraser. Now, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. It's optional. but it's there. So it's about a third up the picture, roughly. And it's basically, it's like a little zigzag. Why zigzag? Because it looks more natural. Gradually getting wider. Have a little practice at doing that. That's going to be a footpath, basically. It's going to be a track through the woodland. And there you go. Carol says, do you want anything apart from a paintbrush? Oh, Carol said, do you want anything apart from paint? Yes, you want some brushes, obviously. So hopefully you got the equipment list sent to you in the on the email, as always. Large, middle, small brush. We've got a size 20 brush here. Or you could use, if you got those sky brushes, perfect for just day-to-day work. Large brush, 16/20. This one's a 10/12. This one's a 5/6. You've got your paints, you've got your water. A little bit later in the workshop, we shall be introducing a sponge. As mentioned in the introduction, a natural sponge or a synthetic sponge. I mean, there's lots of ethics when it comes to natural sponges, as in lots of people don't like, and I do get that, and myself, it's a grey area when it comes to natural sponges, because these are living things, you know. But if you've got them, I've had a pack of these for probably 5 or 6 years, you know, if not longer. So I've just blown the dust off it. And that's a good way for removing light beams and a couple of scrap pieces of card. But that's it. That's all we need today. As Mike says, a brush. Absolutely. It's your normal materials, basically. Your normal materials. Once you put that in, it's very simple. I mean, it's got to be the simplest of all sketches. What we're then going to do is take some masking tape, long enough to go across your picture. Please, when you do this, just rub your hands over it, wipe the moisture from the brown. There's lots of that in the studio this morning. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful sound. Remove that, and then what we'll do is we will position this a third up. Like I say, there's nothing really for the camera to focus on, so if it goes a bit blurry, it's because it's the autofocus on the camera. Yes, we can use manual focus, but because we always zoom in and out, we leave it on autofocus. If you've just joined us, welcome. We had a little bit of a glitch this morning, but we are back. So stick with us. Anticipation is half the fun. 1/3 we've sketched in this. Not all the way to the bottom, because I want to do a vignette. A beautiful vignette. What's a vignette? It's not something you put on your salad. It's something a bit like this. The beautiful faded edge. Love watercolour vignettes. This was the Snowdrop Woodland from 2021. January 2021 we did that one. We're going to pop this, okay, pretty much bang on the footpath. Let me get close in for you. So you can see pretty much bang on the path, straight across. Like so. So that little bit is level with your path. And then, once that little piece is stuck in the middle, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go up a little bit. Just going to take it up just a touch. Take it up a little bit. It doesn't need to go up too much, just a touch. And then sort of curve it over. So can you see we've got a little bit of a dip. It kind of goes a little bit up and a little bit down. I'll put the camera there. You should be able to see that in focus now, because it's plenty for it to focus on. That's all we need preparation wise. If you look really close at the masking tape, you can see I've kind of creased it. You can see I've sort of creased it up. So it's got a bit more character than just a straight piece of tape. But that's roughly a third. Pam missed the drama, but if you go back to the start, you'll be able to see it. Here's the interesting thing as well. Once this live broadcast has ended, you know you can watch this back at any time as much as you like. It's basically all the chaos will be cut out. So if you're watching this back at a later stage, there's no chaos. There's no chaos. If you wonder what the chaos was, YouTube throwed us off. Let's not mention the chaos. Let's not mention the chaos anymore. Chaos has ended. At least in this studio anyway. We sorted itself out, didn't we? There you go. It happens to the best of us. It's all part of the fun. And that's it. We're ready to paint. Now, once you've got to that stage, folks, remember that tape's not level. It doesn't need to be level. You can sort of take it a bit higher if you want to. But make sure it's a bit higher on. It's almost a dip. It's almost a dip. It dips down, basically. It's got a little bit of a dip. And here is level with your sketch. And then here we're going to paint a bit of a sort of distant, you know, trees, blah, blah, blah. Put some beams coming through the trees. And then we're going to work down and paint some crocuses. It's going to be a belter. Do stick with us for the workshop. Stick to the end. Everybody's back. Let's get down to the palette and prep some colours. Now all of us can mix the colours together here. As you can probably see, I've got this bit of a sort of test sheet at the back there, which is quite useful for making sure you've got your colour matching the screen. We use really nice quality cameras on this workshop, so you get to see the colours pretty much accurate. But everybody's screen, whether it's an iPad or a laptop or a tablet or a smart telly, has got a different connection, a different screen. So that's why sometimes the colours can be a bit varied, but pretty much what you see here is pretty accurate. Okay, it leaves pretty accurately. So I'm going to be using a size 20 brush or a large sky and cloud brush, or whatever your large brush is, whether it be a 10, a 12, a 16, a 14, size doesn't matter really. And we'll prep some colours together. We'll all mix the colours together, and then what we'll do is we'll go back in and we will. Sylvia says keep smiling. And Anne says you are handling this pretty well. Yeah. And Jackie says you've got no control over YouTube. It is true. If I did, I'd be a millionaire. Probably. Okay, let's prep some colours. Let's prep the colours. Mix the colours together. We'll pop them here for reference. And what we'll do is we'll start off by just cleaning the brush, the large brush, and pop some little bits of water, just randomly, little spots of water, just to prime your palette. That's not a bad idea sometimes. Get yourself primed up in the morning. I normally have coffee for that reason, to be honest. What we'll do is we're going to mix the colours now. So we're going to go for a late winter. It's late winter, early spring. Crocuses tend to poke the head, don't they? Late Feb time, am I saying that right? You can back me up here. Certainly in the UK, one of the first flowers to poke their heads out from the grass. So what we're going to do is we're going to mix up some nice simple colours. We'll start off with a little bit of green. So we've got the yellow going in first. Yellow is going to go in first. It's going to be a bit of a pine themed forest, because that's what Sherwood Forest has got. A lot of oak, a lot of pine, a lot of silver birch. Okay, but we're going to go for the pine route here. There is the yellow. We'll have a second yellow as well. So we've got two yellows, literally just yellow and yellow straight in there. And then one more yellow, so three blobs of yellow. Three blobs of yellow in your palette. You can't go wrong with that. We'll leave one as yellow. The second one is going to take a little bit of blue, just to make it go a little bit green, but quite a light green. Feel free to use natural green light. I'll pop that colour there. So if you've got the natural colours, there's nothing stopping you using natural green light. Here it is. Natural green light is an option at this particular point if you want to use it. Okay, so that's a light green. Clean the brush after that. The second green slightly darker, so we're going to put some more blue into this one. It's the same mix, just heavier on the blue. There you go. Yeah, if you're thinking why you've got a nice clean palette, last week the previous palette went into retirement, which has had 3 years of use. Here it is. and it went into retirement, this palette did. There it is. Someone said we should give it away as a prize, but yeah, there it is. Loitering in the background. So there is the light green, which is just a touch of blue. This has got much more blue. Okay, feel free to use natural green and natural green, the darker one. So if you want to use these colours, I'll pop them in the palette because we will have them in there eventually. But that's natural green lights, or I will use the primary colours throughout. That's the darker green, which is natural green. So you can use those colours as well if you wish. All right, can't go wrong with that. Beautiful. We've also got the yellow on its own, which is right there. Okay, so that's the first three colours. Let's clean the brush at this point really well. Now, when you clean the brush, it's worth wiping off that excess on the side of your palette there, because what we're going to do is we're going to take some blue on its own and have the blue just at the side here. Blue by itself is going to be for the sky. We'll pop the blue just there like that. So that's just blue, just natural blue on its own, nothing else, just the blue as is. Lots of you still booking for next week, which I'm very grateful for after having a bit of a dodgy connection this week. So please keep the paint flowing. Important. Next week, of course, is going to be a seascape with children flying kites, boats and sand dunes. That's next week's workshop. Okay, one more colour, and it's going to be a bit of a brown tinge. Now, at this particular stage, do feel free to use one of the skin tones. And as you're probably aware, there's two skin tones available. There's light skin tone, and of course we have dark skin tone as well. But I'm going to be using a mixture. But if you've got the skin tone colours, I would say use the darker skin tone for this particular one. But we do not need to be using that because we are going to mix the colour. But if you've got dark skin tone in your palette, you can simply use it. So how do we mix a brown? It's yellow with a touch of red. So you get that fiery orange colour, like so. And then you drop blue into that, and the blue will turn that into a brown. Now if you're mixing brown and it's not going very brown, that's when you'd introduce a bit more red into the equation. But that's the colour what I'm going to go for, like a wintry sort of brown colour for the trees there. Or dark skin tone would be okay for also choose. That's the colours. I'll leave that on screen, get yourself prepped. Yellow on its own. This one here is yellow with a touch of blue. This one is yellow with more blue. This one is blue by itself. And this one here is mix orange with lots of red and add a dash of blue. Chances are, and I pretty much guarantee this is what's going to happen, chances are you'll probably end up putting more red in that to make it more brown. What's the consistency? How dense or thick or, you know, or heavy is the mixture? It's a medium strength. My advice to you is test your colours on a scrap, hold them up against the screen, and you'll see the colours. Once you've mixed your colours, my advice to you is think about getting yourself some clean water as well, because that is not going to produce a clean blue sky. So we're going to lose that, and we're going to change for a clean one. I've always got a couple of water pots hanging around in the studio, so we've got clean water as well. That's your colours. Get yourself ready for action, folks. Painting in a couple of minutes. I want you to get those colours, test them against the screen, then we'll be ready for chucking some paint on. It's about bloody time. Come on. Time is money. Paid for this. I paid for this. Yeah, we'll be taking a break in about an hour and a half, folks. We'll be having a 30-minute lunch break. Breakfast break. Whatever time of day break it is where you are in the world. Lynn's from Chester. Whereabouts are you in the world? Are you in the UK? Are you in America? Australia? Anybody from America with us today? in the comments. Okay, so that's your colours. Andrew's from Sheffield, Rosemary's from Bankery. Bankery. Where is that? I'm not sure where that is, to be fair. Okay, so now that's all ready to go. I want to put the paint on the paper, and it's probably better that you just sit back and watch this first piece. What's important at this particular stage in the painting is that we're just working on the top section. Make sure that tape is nicely pressed, and I want you just to sit back and relax. Kitchen paper's quite good, so we've got some kitchen paper handy, kitchen roll, kitchen paper towel, and basically I want to wet the entire top section with that big brush. Again, I suggest you just watch this. I'll do it pretty quickly. It's important to put a lot of colour down because of the beams, and the beams are going to come after this, so we're quite keen to get quite a big coverage coming through here. So we're going to put a big wash of water on, 2 or 3 coats of water, very slight tilt on your board is all you need for this. So a nice wash of water. Again, folks, I suggest you just sit back and let me do it first. I will give you plenty of time to do it yourself afterwards. So that's had 2 coats of water, complete coverage. And I'm now onto my 3rd coat of water. 3rd coat starts. It doesn't matter if it seeps down the back of the tape today, because it's a woodland. It's not anything, you know, too detailed. So a nice coverage of water, 3 good coats of water. If I show you this, you can see the actual water shining against the page there. 3 coats of water, that's important. Then what we'll do is we're going to go back to the palette. You're just watching this now. When you pick up the water from the pot on your brush, it's important that you wipe off that excess. You don't want too much water on here, so wipe off the excess water. The first colour, without a doubt, is going to be the yellow. So that yellow, the first colour, we're going to pick that up first. It's good to give it a bit of a tap on the kitchen paper there as well, because that's going to give us some warmth. Back to the picture. Keep watching, folks. If you've got the sky and cloud brushes, use the large one here. It's the top section that we're focusing on, so we'll get close into that. And basically, we're going to twist. We're going to twist the yellow. Literally, the brush is flat to the paper. Let it run, make an absolute mess. Don't worry, I will. But it's important that your colours are relatively deep here, because this is going to give us some nice springtime, early spring colours. And with it being a sun streaming through the trees kind of thing here, this twist kind of works up, leaving that edge. Leave the edge. Don't go to the edge unless you want to fill the page. My advice to you is probably not. So a twist with the yellow. Now we're going to put the blue in next. Now if you're thinking the blue is going to turn the background green, well, that's absolutely the intention, because it's a woodland and it is pine. There's lots of pines in Sherwood Forest. So water, wipe it off on the side, clean that brush before you go into the blue. Even give it a bit of a tap. Have the kitchen paper at hand. We'll then go for blue. You can't beat a bit of blue. Pick that up again on the side. There's the blue. The blue's not as strong as the yellow, but basically we're going to put a sky in. We're going to put a sky in, and I want to twist that in as well. Twist it in flat to the paper, look, and basically work in between. Again, I'm not working to the edge unless you want to. I'm doing a vignette theme. And then as I go across, I'm going to start to work into this. So the blue is going to come into the yellow. And of course it's going to go green. Spot on. excuse me, exactly what I want it to do. I want it to mix and become part of it. It's all part of the fun. So get these colours mixing together. So a nice blue. Get green in there, because we're talking tall trees here. Look, I'm swirling the paint and I'm mixing on the paper and making an absolute bloody mess. You said it. But the thing is, I want it all to mix together. Pretty much a complete coverage of colour. Pretty much a complete coverage. That is really important, that we get plenty of paint on this background. This is simply just the background. I've picked up more yellow there as well, so you can get more yellow. If you've got a bit of a hard edge at the top, like I'm getting up there, simply clean your brush really, really well. Get all the colour out of it and get the paper just to give it a squeeze. And you can just simply give that a bit of a blend at the end. But you can leave hard edges alone. Hard edges are fine. But if you don't want to do anything yet, just fill the page. Just fill the page. Perfect. Let's get back down to the palette. Then what we'll do here is we'll go for the light green next. Again, don't forget to wipe off that excess on the side of the palette. Light green is going to go in. It's going to go around the base, twisting the paint in, mainly around the base, working up a little bit on the sides, because we need colour. We need colour to remove colour. Without that, it ain't going to look very like beams. So it needs contrast. So you can see it's the same twist. Notice the brush. I'm holding it like a chopstick. Can't do chopsticks. A little bit of a chopstick thing going off here. So a bit of a twist. Bit of a twist going off here. As you can probably see there. Starting to build that colour up. Then we'll go down to the darker green. Straight in. Again on the side. And on the palette. On the kitchen paper. Again, get that darkness in. Get the darkness in. Especially across that base. Twist it in. Twist it in. Give it a good old-fashioned twist. Plenty of colour rising up. Give it a good old twist, look. We need colour. We need colour to get beams. You can take this quite high. You can go right up to the top of the blue if you want to. But it kind of focuses around the bottom of the picture. The contrast is quite important, really. But it's a scribble, but it's so important to tap this off. I will recap all this for you in a minute. So you're just watching, aren't you? Watching and sweating. Betsy says she's lost connection at 11 o'clock. We are having a bad storm here. Okay. Well, it's all good here, Betsy. So hopefully it's a problem at your end. We seem to be okay here. We've got a good, healthy connection. Can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? Again, a little bit of a twist. It's just nice just to do this because this is where your beams are going to come into play. So we need this. We need this twist. We need it. It's important. And you can take this literally right up to the top as well. Don't be afraid to go quite high here with these twisty bits. Especially here, because the beams are going to come down from this side. So a nice twist going through. So that leaves us one more colour. That leaves us one more colour, which is in the palette. And that is the brown. Now, I'm not going to even clean my brush. I'm going to go straight into the brown. I'm going to wipe off. Look, it's really important to wipe off loads of that brown there. You need to. Same brush, just a little bit of this. Not a huge amount of this by any means. And this is going to be focused more so at the base. Just around the edges here. So the brown comes in. Like I said, if you want to use dark skin tone, part of the skin tone range, the light and darks are available. This is the darker one. Just basically just pop a little bit of a twist across the bottom. It helps to give a base to the picture and it helps to give a bit of depth to the picture. A little bit of a twist of that colour. Just across that base there, you can see that just creeping in. It kind of starts to go quite dark. And then my advice to you is to pick up, and I will recap this, pick up your size 6 brush, which I've got in hand now. Pick up the size 6, pick up the brown, give it a tap on the tissue. Tap on the tissue. Remove that excess. Really quite important, and I was spotted the side of the picture there. Really quite important just to sort of do that. And then what I want to do here is do some of the first tall trees with a dry brush. Let the paint spread. take these right up. See that line? Pine trees, lots of tall. I've just spent a week in Sherwood Forest. Long story, like the Blair Witch Project. You know, Centre Parks, which is a holiday destination, and Laura says, any news on the new book? Yeah, so the book is, as we've mentioned online, it's due at the end of Jan, early Feb. You're talking about this one, aren't you? So if you pre-ordered it, as soon as we get them, we'll send them. You're looking at early Feb, I think, to be honest. So pick it up and just add these trees. You need to remove that colour. You need to remove the colour. Like that. Just put little trees up. This is all part of the background, folks. Let the paint, as you can see, the paint spreads. And if you're doing a vignette like me, please continue to do these and literally take them right up. Take them right up to the top. Try and taper them a little bit. I'm not too concerned about the taper, but if you try and taper them a little bit, it would be quite nice. So you can see that little bit of a... I'm trying to do varied width, but these are all very tall. These are very tall trees. The paper is just starting to dry, but every single time you do this, you remove most of the paint on your paper. And yeah, just feel free to keep adding as many of these as you like. These are the background trees, and let the paint become part of your background. Let it become part of it. Let it work in. It's going to look an absolute mess, but look close at those brush strokes. Can you see how the paint is spreading? It's got to look an absolute bloody mess, folks. And let it cauliflower, let it bleed, let it spread. Pop some smaller ones in, little flicks in the middle. Just literally like this. But every single brush stroke is dry. Remember that. Let me recap this for those people that are struggling. You better. Straight up. Like that. Straight up, straight up, straight up. Like so. Now, once you've got to that stage, like, that's lovely that. There's nothing stopping you, like I say, taking them beyond the edge of your sky. That to me is all part of a vignette. Once you've got to that stage, that needs to be left to dry. So what I'm going to do here, folks, is I want to say, right, it's your time to shine. And for those people that want to recap down here, I'm going to do a quick version on this scrap sheet. So I'm just going to sketch in a bit of a rectangular shape. That's your paper. The first thing we did was we sketched in a bit of a footpath like that. A zigzaggy footpath. Hopefully the paper's still wet, Patricia, but it all depends on drying times, yeah? And then put the masking tape across, which we raised up at the two sides. This is a very quick recap. And as far as the colours were concerned, we had the colours which you can see here. So it was yellow by itself. Quite strong for that. The green is yellow with a touch of blue. The dark green is yellow with more blue. The blue by itself. The brown's the one that's a bit harder to mix. That one is mixed from yellow, red makes orange with lots of red. I can't say enough. Red is important. Add a touch of blue to that and you will get that nice brown colour come through. Then we are on to the actual picture. Now, what we did was we used water, clean water, to wet the sky area 2 or 3 times. Plenty of water. First colour was the yellow, and it was twisting. If I get close into this for you, it's basically a twist. You sort of use that part of your brush. That's why those sky brushes have that nice angle to them. And it's a great value set of brushes, actually, those sky brushes, because this brush is a £30 value brush, whereas the sky brushes you get pretty much that same brush with a small one for £20. So it's, and a video lesson as well. Quite good. How many people are using the sky and cloud brushes today? Makes it a bit easier. Then it was the blue. The blue came next, which you twist at the top. And like I said to you folks, as you twist the blue in, don't be afraid to bring it down into the green, into the yellow. Turn it green. It's a woodland. It's a pine woodland. So twist it in. So lots of greens around in a pine woodland, of course. So that's absolutely fine. Then you go into the greens, which of course was the lighter green in this particular case. And it was just randomly working in these areas. Take it to the top of the picture. That same twist, practice the twist before breakfast in the morning. Give it a twist. The darker green was next. All the time, tapping on the kitchen roll. Can't stress it enough. Why don't you have a little practice first? Oh, you tell me. And then it'll just make it flow a little bit easier. But this is all about getting a big block of colour. When you come to do the tall trees with the brown, start off with the brown across the bottom, because that'll give us some darkness. So start off with the brown across the bottom like so. And then you pick the brown up, and on the kitchen paper, you really wipe it off, smaller brush, and literally let your paint spread. You want bleeding paint. Bleeding paint. You want the paint. You want the paint to go to the top. You want it to look as though it's a bit out of focus. So let the paint spread. Let it spread. These are distant trees. Have a practice. Why not? Give it a quick go and then move on. I want to give you some time to work, folks. You can't go wrong with this. I'll leave that on screen for you so you can see what we've got so far. And that is where we are at the minute. Alexa keeps beeping at me for some reason.
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Me neither, Alexa. Me neither. So that's where it's at the minute. That's all very much background, pine forest. So there's a fair bit of green around. The brown gives a wintry feel to it as well. Tall trees is the secret here. Tall trees. Take the trees off the page. Take them beyond the page. Can't go wrong, really. Hopefully, Betsy, you're working again. You've got your stream working again. Yes, I've got a notification. Peter says, how do you get the DVD? So there's no DVD, Peter. So if you bought the, it's an online video, basically. So if you bought them from Watercolour TV, within a few days of receiving the brushes, you should receive a link with an email, via email, where you can press a button and it will show you the video, basically. That's how you get all of it. I don't know whether the SAA's got a free video or not. I don't think so. Maybe, possibly, but it's a different thing. It's you've got to have bought them from Watercolour TV, unfortunately. There is a free lesson on Facebook that I did a few days ago, on how to do a sunset with the new brushes, how to use them for doing sky. So you can watch that one. Now remember, this is a messy stage, folks. It is naturally going to be messy all the way through. Let your paint be messy, let it bleed, let it spread, let it do its thing. Please don't worry about your paint looking messy at this point. It's all part of it. It's all part of it. Just let it be. Paul McCartney said. All part of the fun. Now, hopefully, some of you saw the painting that we did on Watercolour TV. How many people are Watercolour TV members? If you did, this painting is available. The squirrel, quite a detailed picture of a squirrel that we did a couple of days ago. That was broadcast on Watercolour TV. So if you're a Watercolour TV member, you can enjoy this as well. This nice little tutorial on painting a Lake District squirrel. A red squirrel, Beatrix Potter style. Hello to Clive. Clive's got a note from his mum. He's late. That brings back memories from school. Your mum was wrote a note. Nice. While you're waiting, folks, it's a good time to grab yourself a booking for this look. You need to grab a space. The 23rd of January. The month is flying by, luckily, because it's a rough old month as January. So paint a beautiful beach scene and seascape with children flying kites, moored boats and sand dunes in watercolour. That's what it's all about.
You did what?
You're gonna come and say hello to people on internet, mate? Oh no. If you just heard a very interesting sound in the background, it's Mr. Jacob has come to wish you all a happy new year. Have a look. Come and say a big happy new year, mate. After knocking all the easels down, say happy new year.
Happy New Year.
Wave. You went out for a winter walk. Let's go
Ready?
then.
Ready? Ready? Ready?
It's causing chaos in the studio. Go on. Have fun, buddy. It's just come and destroyed the studio. What wanted to say hello to you. It did. That's Mr. Palmer. Little Mr. Palmer. Little Mr. JJ. Let's get the camera back, shall we? We had lots of interruptions today, but it was really keen. He wanted to say hello to you. What's that expression? Bull in a china shop? Is that the expression? One of them days today, I think. There you go. Hopefully I've got that all worked in there, folks. And we're all nice and dry at this point. So if it's not dry, then obviously you can use some kind of a hair dryer. So I've got a heat gun here, which I have hanging around the studio. Just going to pop this on, and it'll just give the picture dry. Now the audio goes a bit funny at this point. Doesn't like the hair dryer, but I'm giving it a dry. That's for the dryer. Once you're fairly happy it's dry as well, folks, you can press it flat with your hands. It wants to be quite flat for taking these beams away, so do sort of hold it flat. And you simply press it with your fingers. Once it's dry enough to do that, obviously. Perfect. Okay. Give it a blast with the dryer. Oh, Betsy says it's snowing in North Carolina. Send us a photograph, Betsy. Is it daylight yet? Over there, maybe. I'd love to see a photograph, folks. Don't forget you can get in touch at any point just by dropping us an email to the email address that you can see on the screen. Yes, I don't know why, but I seem to be frozen there. Frozen in action. mattartist@me.com is the email address. There it is. So any photographs of you sat working, send us a picture of your workstation. I'd love to see you in action, painting, obviously. You know what I mean. Send us a view out the window. Send us a photograph of yourself. Send us a selfie. Why not? Look at the expense. You can do it. You can do it. I know you can. You can do it. Okay. Now, hopefully that is nice and dry. And we can now work over the top of this and put a little bit more detail in before we put the beams in, because the beams are going to come pretty soon on this picture. So again, just to get yourself in the mood for doing the beams, see if you can find a natural sponge of some kind. It doesn't have to be natural. Even a little kitchen sponge would be fine. Anything goes. And also a couple of scrap pieces of paper or card. Something like this. That's going to give us the beams, you see. But it can't happen until this background is dry and complete. So at the minute, we are nice and dry. I'm just going to do a little bit more work on the background. Not a huge amount, though. Not much at all, to be honest. So, into the palette, what we've got then with the size 6 brush. Size 6 brush is what I'm interested in at this particular point. I'm going to be using the dark green and the brown. If you've run out of those colours, it's quite easy to get more mixed. I'll kind of go through that with you now. The camera's all skew iffy. Little Mr. Palmer came in and caused chaos and disruption. Right, Thomas the Tank Engine. Alison Pooler has sent a wonderful image on the view from her window. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Oh, look at that. That is a belter. Whereabouts is that, Alison? Lovely view. A nice frosty morning. Beautiful sky as well. That'd make a lovely painting, that. Which is really good. Andrea has sent a photograph saying that a background's not working. My advice to you, Andrea, is stick with it. Stick with it because it's got a way to go. It's going to progress. It's going to progress. So do stick with it, Andrea. What you've got on that piece of paper is absolutely fine. And Anne Humphrey says she's using a Milford cotton paper, which seems very absorbent and everything is merged in. What do you think? Let's have a look at the image. It's fine. What you've got there will be okay. It'll work as a picture. It will work as a picture, Anne Humphreys. It's always difficult when you see this. When you see that there, it looks all a bit messy. But you've got to remember that this is a work in progress and you've got to stick with it. You've got to stick with it, folks. Do stick around. Don't go anywhere. Okay, let's get some more colours. So, what we're going to do here is recap the colours in case you missed it. So the green, of course, is the blue and the yellow. It's the darker green is what I'm interested in. Make sure it's quite dark as well. Plenty of blue for that one. Number 6 is the brush. The brown colour is yellow with red. And you tend to put quite a bit of red in it. And then a little drop of blue is important there. So you've got your 3 colours together. And that will give you that sort of dark brown colour. Feel free to use dark skin tone if you wish. I'm also going to mix up a grey as well. We're going to mix up some grey together. How do you mix grey? You put blue in first. Now feel free obviously, if you've got it, to use natural grey. If you've got natural grey, then there's nothing stopping you using it as a colour. But I will show you how to mix it from the primaries. You put the blue in, quite a lot of blue to be fair. You add a little bit of red, so you get purple basically. And then you drop yellow in it, and the yellow turns back into a grey. Quite a strong grey. If I pop the colour just here, you can see that colour there. Natural grey, 50 shades of grey. So those three colours are going to be perfect just before we get the beams of light coming through. Meg says we'll not send a photo. Got biblical rain coming across the valley. That'd be quite good. Send a video maybe. Send a video. It might be quite good. Let's see a photograph of you sat working. Do a selfie. Come on. Send us a selfie. Like Anne Humphreys sent a wonderful photograph of her sat working in a beautiful conservatory. Love it. Laptop on a stand. That's a great little setup we've got there, Anne Humphreys. Love it. Andrew Mayer sent a picture of his painting. There, Andrew's sent us a selfie, waving his size 10 paintbrush around. I love it. The fox in the background. Love it. Well done, Andrew. Hello to you. It's good to see. It's good to see. Because you see me, I don't see you. I want to see you. Come on. It's New Year. It's 2022. We can do this. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to pick up the green first, and we're going to wipe it on some kitchen paper. Okay, wipe it on kitchen paper. What we're going to do is take that brush up to the painting, which is here, and we're going to work on the horizon. So basically what I want to be doing here is I want to be stippling across this edge. I'm basically stippling. Now feel free to use a tree and texture brush, but I just want to put a little bit of darker green in here, and hopefully you can see that I'm simply stippling the paint on the paper. It's not a thick green by any means, and feel free to stipple in the palette as well, or on a scrap piece of paper, so your brush goes a bit spiky. This is the advantages of having the tree and texture brushes, of course, because it's a ready-made brush. I'd be using the medium or the small one for this. And basically I'm working on this left side of the picture, and I want to work up with the dark green a little bit, just a touch, stipple, and then work along and almost let it disappear to nothing, so it tapers. Can you see it's quite tall? It's probably about 1.5 inches tall there. We'll put browns in as well, because we need browns in the sort of late winter scenes, and let it taper. Then we'll continue this across. We'll take it down to nothing, and then it gradually starts to come in again here. So basically it's stippling head on. It's a head-on stipple with a spiky paintbrush, and basically it allows your paint to stipple on your page, and you work across, moving higher, moving higher. Same on both sides. Look, can you see here? Look, so a stipple up. So you start to put more space as you go higher. You space them out so they're really quite wide apart. Same here as well, look. So it's almost creating a blend effect, but by stippling. And the way you create a blend effect is by opening the stipples up, creating more space in them. In the centre, it pretty much just disappears behind the masking tape. Look, just open up those taps, open the spaces up between the little stipples. Feel free to go straight in. No need to clean your brush. Into the brown, stipple the brown. It's always good to do it on a bit of scrap paper as well. But just look at the brush for a second there. You can see how nice and spiky the brush actually is. Look at that. That is beautiful. Again, if you've got a small or medium Matthew Palmer tree and texture brush, or a fantastic brush, it's just dead easy with that. Again, right on the bottom edge, right on that bottom edge with the brown. Get it right in, look. Get it right in, because that'll really help this foreground, the flowers and everything, leap forward in the picture. Over this side as well. Nice little bit of a stipple coming through. A little bit of a tap. both sides across the edge, and then start to move up a little bit, just a little teeny weeny bit. Now there's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you with the brown or the green higher up in these trees, taking your finger and doing that. Bloody hell. But if you do this, it's going to go everywhere, including the walls. You see that little sort of stipple? Pick up the brown, wipe it on the side, low down, and just stipple that on. It doesn't matter if it goes over the edge, because it's a, you know, I've been working over the edge for years, and you can basically give it a bit of a tip tap, a stipple. And remember, this is all part of the background. It's all part of the background. I've just used a bit of brown there, and I'm splattering, but it's just going all over the ceiling. It's an art studio. I'll pick up the green, and I'll do that. Yes, it's gone down here, but it doesn't matter, because it's going to be natural ground. So I'm basically using my finger, holding the brush quite loosely, and splattering up the trees as the dog did, and you can see that it just puts more interest, and that's going to be good. It's Derbyshire. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. Clive Leyland sent a cracking image of his little setup there. Beautiful wooden workstation you've got there. Hello to Kat. Kat's just joined us from Pennsylvania, USA. Hello to you. It's 6:30 a.m. You keen, Kat? Welcome to you. Thanks for joining us. Remember, you can always get yourself started at any time throughout the picture. And Jackie Pullen sent a cracking photograph of a garden looking out over a beautiful. Looks like having some work done on the back of the garden there, Jackie, as well. Rosie. Rosie. Rosie's sent a selfie. Good on you, Rosie. It's good to see. It's good to see you working away there. Looking good so far. So it's your new home that you're having built, Jackie, at the back. Hello to Deborah. Deborah's just joined us as well. Working on catch up. You can pause the video, skip it back at any time. Loving the splattering, folks. Let it go everywhere. It's January. There's nothing else to do but splatter. Just let it go everywhere. Look, just hold your brush loosely and tap it against your finger like this. But where you point it is where it goes. Top tip in life, as you can see. And it just kind of covers that area. That's going to be good for getting beams in. Feel free to use the greens. Feel free to use even the yellow if you want to. But it's just a way of creating a bit of interest. One thing not to do is to do it like this. Because if you do it against the brush, it kind of covers everywhere. If you point the brush, hold it loosely, like I'm doing here at the end, and then a gentle tap. It just has a wee bit more control, in my opinion. And that's going to be good for giving the background. The next thing is to put some beams in, but we'll get to that very soon. It's going to be good. It's going to be good, folks. I can smell the fear. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. So at this particular stage, that's enough splattering for me. Unless you feel you want some splatters at the top, then why not? Try and get a bit of a concentration around here, around the tree areas, around those clumps of tall vertical lines. That's where you pick up the green, wipe it on the side of your palette, stick your brush in and give it a bit of a tap. Remember, we are doing pine trees. That's what you get in Sherwood Forest, tall pine trees. You've got lots of them, and that's all going to help the picture. So splattering around here, around this middle area, even with the brown, because it's a wintry theme picture. Well, it's kind of late winter, isn't it? So it gives that nice, but the splatters go everywhere, sky everywhere. It's fine. It's all part of it. It's all part of it. Trust me. I'm an artist. I've pebble dashed the studio. One bit first time. And the palette. The new palette is officially pebble dashed, as well as this beautiful high quality from a charity shop shirt. Not really from a charity shop, but it could have been. but it could have been. Nessa sent a wonderful selfie. She's got the iPad with the workshop on. Hello to you, Nessa, looking good. Nessa McCarthy, beautiful. It's good to see you. It's good to see you, it is. Send them through. Send your photographs of yourself painting. Janine Miles has sent a photograph. Oh, I recognise some of those pictures. Welcome to you, Janine. And you've got two companions there, two dogs joining you as well, which is wonderful. You've got a lovely Matthew Palmer original painting on the wall as well. Ah, hello to you, Janine. Welcome. Nice setup there, Janine, actually. Looking out. You got a wonderful TV at the back. That's a great way to do it, actually, if you've got a TV. Yeah, it's good to see you, it really is. It's nice to see. Because you see me week after week. I don't see you much, do I? So it's good to see you. It's good to virtually meet you, it is. So yeah, do send a picture. There's the email address of yourself working. Yeah, so it's a good way to work if you've got a smart TV, a TV that's connected to the internet maybe, or if you've got a TV with a HDMI plug, you can plug your laptop via a HDMI cable into your TV, and that allows you to view it on full HD, because we are broadcasting at full high definition from the studio, which means you can really make use of that quality by having a big TV. So if you've got like, you know, a OLED or an LCD telly, why not make use of that? It's a good way to do it. But even iPad, you can buy a little iPad connector that you plug in, and it kind of has the HDMI connector on it as well. Yeah, well, Rose Clayton says she needs to tidy up a palette. Well, Rose, if you watch last week's workshop, the red fox in the snow scene, we actually put it to vote whether I should use a new palette or not. After 3 years, 70% of you decided to use the new palette. That's where the new palette comes from. I was a bit scared using it, to be fair. A little bit scared. Beautiful. Now that needs to dry. So I'm just going to use the dryer again. Use the hair dryer. Doing a bath. Hello to Pauline Lacey. Pauline Lacey sent a photograph. Hello to you, Pauline. Hope you're enjoying it. Again, good to see you on the photograph there. And Kathy Bryant has sent a wonderful photograph of a lovely workstation using what looks like a laptop, maybe. Nice progress so far as well there, Kathy. And hello to Sabrina, who's just joined us as well. Now that's nice and dry, folks. I'll give you a couple of minutes on that, and then we're going to go straight in and get some beams of light coming down towards the masking tape. That's going to be the next stage that we're going to be doing. So you want possibly some clean water at this point. I'm going to get some clean water, some dry kitchen paper. If you've got a sponge, either natural or synthetic, anything goes. Like I mentioned at the start, there's lots of ethical reasons not to buy natural sponges, but if you've got them, use them. I've got one that I've got a box at the back of sponges that I've had for 3 or 4 years in the studio, so I'm going to use that. And some pieces of relatively thick paper or card, and I'm using a bit of watercolour paper here, so you can put the beams on. So 2 edges, and I got some clean water. In the meantime, folks, if you want to nip out and get yourself clean water, and also you want to be getting yourself booked into the workshop next week as well, please do keep the paint flowing, keep supporting me. I do get more and more worried each week that people are going to stop doing these things. I'd love to for you to stay around. We've got the painting of the beach. It's a seascape next week, a beautiful seascape on the 23rd of January. Paint a beautiful beach scene in a seascape with children flying kites, moored boats and sand dunes. It's going to be a belter, folks. You're going to enjoy this one. It's going to be a lovely lesson, a nice summery, colourful watercolour project. Please do book yourself in. If you do book into that workshop, you stand the chance of not only winning a Matthew Palmer original signed painting, but also two £40 vouchers to use on Watercolour TV. So basically we're giving away £80 worth of art shop vouchers to spend on the website Watercolour TV. You can't use it on workshops, but you can use it on the products. 2 of those, they'll get sent via email. And also we're going to send, someone's going to win this painting. This is the painting that I did live on Facebook a few days ago of how to paint in the sky using the cloud brushes. So Peter Kimberley, there's a lesson on how to do this painting on the website, so do make sure you check that one out. Yeah, so please get yourself booked in, folks. I keep saying this, I really do worry that you're going to stop and abandon me on these things. It really gives me lots of sleepless nights after all the commitment over the past couple of years setting up all this stuff. Please keep the paint flowing and keep your support going by getting yourself booked in to Watercolour TV, the workshops. It's like having a Patreon. It's like supporting me on Patreon. £10, a £10 weekly art lesson. Can't go wrong, can you? Just going to grab some clean water. Be back in a mo. Can't go wrong, really. Now, if you really want to show your support on a workshop, you can book for more than one. Absolutely no problem. You can buy a pre-book voucher, which very simply is a case of going onto the old website, which is all the w's.watercolour.tv, which is here. Get the camera, there you go. And at the top of the screen, you'll see where it says watercolour workshops, and you can actually book for the next 5 and you automatically get sent a link if you do it that way. That's a great way to do that. Do check that one out on the website. Now in a couple of minutes we're going to put the beams and the light in. Carol says the workshops are great, so I don't think you'll ever have to worry about the great value for money and so enjoyable. It's one of those things, and you know, as the weeks pass by, you think, are people going to keep doing these? And really, more and more people I talk to, the more people want to keep doing them. Perfect. Beams then. Okay, so let me kind of show you how to go about this first off then. So I need some clean kitchen paper, basically. I need some kind of a sponge, which I'm going to simply pop in the water and wring out. And give it a bit of a squeeze over the water pot there. Okay, I pop that water just there so you can see the process. So I've got a damp sponge, not a soaking wet sponge, just a damp sponge. Okay, whether it be natural or synthetic doesn't really matter, to be fair. If you've not got a sponge, you can use a paintbrush as well to do this. Now this is the process. Okay, let me show you the process. It's a little bit kind of fingers and thumbs when you're working on an easel, so you're best off working flat on a desk. Choose a point where you want the light to come from. For me personally, it's going to come from around here somewhere at the back, quite high up, probably about here near this tree. I'll pop the two pieces of card on and press it relatively flat. Now I am doing this on an easel, so it's a little bit on the clumsy side, but you will see hopefully the effect is quite nice. So notice how it gets wider, and basically using this sponge, stroke it over 3 or 4 times. More pressure at the top, but quite a lot at the top, but very little at the bottom, so light strokes at the bottom and quite a lot at the top. Then while leaving that on, take your kitchen paper and wipe it over all the way down, and then you can see you've got your first beam. Okay, why not have a practice first on some scrap paper? There's bags of time. Let me do a couple more of these to show you, and then you can get carried away. But it all comes from one light source, which is where the sun's going to be. And for me, it's going to be around sort of here at the back of these trees. But can you see how that gradually gets fainter as it gets towards the masking tape? That's quite important for this particular picture. Okay. So again, process is in the water. Wring it out. So you've got a damp sponge, but not a soaking wet sponge, just a damp sponge. You've got your 2 bits of card. Have a practice, folks. Bags of time on this. Think about that light source where you're going to bring these beams from. Pop them on. The beams are optional, to be fair, if you don't want them, but they all come from the same point, obviously, with it being the sun. And then hold it down. Take your sponge, sponge it over 4 or 5 times at the top, but very little at the bottom, but quite a lot at the top. Leave your tape on, grab your kitchen paper, wipe it while it's still on, and then remove your card. And there you go. You didn't even see that, did you? It was quite a good one. Let me do another one. It's quite nice because you can actually sort of play around with the angle of these as well. So for me, I'm going to pop one that comes this way as well. So get them going in different directions, but all coming from that same light source. Damp sponge, sponge it out, or brush it out if you haven't got a sponge. Make sure you brush it away at the bottom as well. Practice. Kitchen paper, wipe it out. Look at that. All pretty much coming from the same point. We'll soften all this in together. Have a practice first, nothing stopping you, but do wring out that sponge before you jump in and you commit yourself to this. Let's do another one again from the same point. And get one coming over here this time. Think of the perspective of the beam. How the beam will get wider as it gets lower down. There's the masking tape at the bottom of the screen. So lots of pressure at the top and then very little at the bottom. We sort of just lightly stroke it at the bottom. No comment. And then with your dry tissue, which I've got here, I'm just going to put pressure on, wipe it out, and there's another beam. Yeah? All these will get hidden behind trees. These all get hidden behind trees. So don't worry too much if you think, oh, not quite working for me. Because trees are going to go over the top of this. So please do not worry about how many or how little you're adding. Alright? Really doesn't matter. But pretty much all coming from that same point. Smaller ones here, look. Again, wipe it out. That little tiny one just there, look, little tiny one. So it's like a beam of light that just spreads down. It's going to be lovely, this. It's going to be great. But look how that one goes into the vignette. Have a practice. Use a scrap piece of paper. Put some paint on it. Let it dry. Practice. There's nothing stopping you. You've got all the time in the world. I'm going to pop one here as well. Coming off from this side, like that. There's the sponge. It's still damp enough to do it. Oh, easel's collapsing. This is what happens when I do this, because I'm putting pressure on the easel. And knowing the way that my day is going today, if you spread paint, by the way, if you spread paint into your sky, come back the opposite way. What I mean by that is, come back that way. And then with your dry paper, give it a bit of a wipe. Look at that. It's a belter. It's going to be a belter, folks. A light explosion of light, beams of light coming through the trees. I don't want a huge amount, just a few to make it work. Got some more photographs coming through. Alison Pooler working on a kitchen table there. And you managed to splatter your iPad. Hello to Carol Apps, just back from a church service there. Now, if you happen to do one that you're not too happy with, you can always revisit it with the same piece of card. I mean, I am using watercolour paper, so it's quite thick card, but if you don't want to waste any watercolour paper, just use a nice quality thick paper, but you can revisit them at any time and you can make them brighter without any problem. But all the time you wipe it while the kitchen with the kitchen paper while the card is still present, so it doesn't creep outside. But it works nice. It's a good way to do it. It's a great way to do it. It really is. Quite addictive, you know, and you tend to find yourself looking back against this thing from a bit of a distance and thinking to yourself, well, where am I going to pop my next one? And if you was to look at some paintings that I've done in the past using this same technique, there's a couple of pictures loitering at the back of the actual studio. Just at the back of me here, you can see a couple of pictures. There's one here. This one's got the steps on. It's the Blue Mountains in Australia, and the beams of light coming from the back of the rock. And here is a photograph. You can just about see that one. This was actually taken in Sherwood Forest, a photograph, and I did the painting when I got home, and the beams of light. If you look at this one, I've put some white painting at the end, which we may possibly do. We may possibly put some light in at the end, but we shall see how that goes. Can't go wrong. I'm trying to show you the steps a bit better there. There you go. Lovely, lovely jubbly. So I'm just going to pop one more of these in, I think, and again I'll give you another go at this just so you can see. So I'll put I feel like I've got a bit of a gap. It's worth putting some thin ones in, some fine ones as well. They've not all got to be really thick, but again, notice still get a bit wide as they get towards that base there. Scrub it out, ease off the pressure as you get towards the end. Get the dry tissue and just wipe it off. And there's one. A little skinny one, a skinny one. I might just pop a skinny one coming down here as well, possibly. Okay, so I feel I can get one just creeping in down there, so I'm just going to put one last one in, really. Again, think about that angle that you do them on. some of them will get hidden behind the trees.
Good job.
So don't worry too much if you're not happy with all of them. They will grow on you. There's my sponge. It's still damp enough to do it, so. And like I say, a thicker card is better. More weight at the top, less at the bottom. Dry tissue, which is on the other desk. Just there you go. So that one comes down. That's good, isn't it? And then I'm going to take a number 6 brush. I've just got one more thing to mention about the beams for the minute. Taking a number 6 brush, and where they all get a bit mixed up here, don't they? Oh, it's a bit mixed up there. What I'm going to do is use water. Just use water on a number 6 brush, and I'm just going to twist around like that, very loosely, scribble around where they all join in, and leave that to dry. This is important. Leave that to dry naturally. Don't dab with tissue. Just give it a bit of a scrub. Let me get closer in for you so you can see. Just give it a scrub so you get that warm sort of glow peering through the back of the distant foliage. Literally scrub it out and leave it. Just let it do its thing. You can revisit it once that's dry, but we'll literally just leave it alone there. Andrea, your background is great. Perfect blank canvas for doing these beams, actually. If you do want to really make it disappear back there, nothing's stopping you taking a bit of tissue and giving it a little bit of a dab. But really, you want to be having just like a glow there. If you struggle to get the glow, you can always take your sponge, wring it out, try and get a little bit of sponge in your hand like that. Let me get close in for you and give it a bit of a, because a sponge will take it down to the white paper. Can you see that little twist? So literally taking a tiny bit of sponge, look, which is damp still, twist it into a little, and then just give it a bit of a, and it basically allows you to spread the paint out. It takes a bit of care and a bit of practice, but look how that is getting right down to the white paper. Good, isn't it? If you do use tissue, just gently tap the middle of it. Don't actually take it all off, but that is going to give you that little burst, that explosion of light. So a damp sponge, twist it into a little ball, and you can really scrub against your watercolour paper to get almost down to the white there and give it a wipe away. A sponge is a great way of getting down to white, but look how that looks like an explosion of colour. If you're careful and gentle with your sponge, you can even just do some little bits, little flares coming off as well. But again, I wouldn't be using any actual kitchen paper as such on that. I would keep that very simple and just do the piece in the middle. Just do the piece in the middle, because that's the secret. I've just got a number 6 brush to put some little fine ones coming out of it now. Look, can you see the little fine ones I'm bringing out? So I'm just got a damp number 6 brush, and I'm just popping some little fine ones coming in between the light ones. Again, I wouldn't really be using any kitchen paper here, and I would be careful with the amount of sponging that you do, because sponging can really take it down to the white paper. But a recap again, a damp sponge is lovely in that central area. Make sure the sponge is clean, obviously, like it wasn't just there. And yeah, that's good. That's good. A burst of light coming through. Peter Kimberley sent a lovely photograph of his workstation there, looking out over a nice view, using a laptop possibly, I think, and a good little setup there, Peter. Well done to you. Andrew Mayer, so far so good. So far, ready for your beams, Andrew Mayer. And Brenda Lehman has sent a selfie, which is just downloading. Working on a dining room table, of course. As soon as you put your paint there and your palette, it becomes a studio. It becomes an instant studio. It does. Jackie wants to paint a picture of an otter on a rocky stream. Is that something that would be of interest to you, is it? Anybody else want to do that? An otter? Otter would be lovely, wouldn't it? I do like painting the animal pictures, I must admit. Certainly sounds good to me. So at this stage, you know, feel free to add any more beams you want to. Now's your time. But I think that's looking pretty good as we are. Again, if you do just want one final recap on the beams, I'm just going to pop a little one that just creeps down here, I think. Just a teeny weeny one. Just comes down. They're quite enjoyable things to do, aren't they? So I'm going to bring one that just creeps down from the light source, of course. With the sponge. And the dry tissue. Dryish tissue, there you go. So that's one final beam there, just kind of creeping out there. And I think that's ready to move on. When you remove the masking tape, I want you to be very cautious and peel it down against the paper. If you want to play it safe, use a hairdryer or a heat gun to heat up the tape. That'll prevent any rips that may occur, but be very cautious taking the tape away, and that'll leave you with that nice clean edge. And you can dry all that off. If you've got a dryer, use it. If not, just leave it to dry for a couple of moments. It'll actually dry pretty quickly. Love the light burst that the sponge creates in the middle. Really nice, yeah? Send us a photograph of your beams. Let's have a look at your beams beaming through the trees. I enjoyed that. That was really good fun. Now, once that's had plenty of time to dry, we're going to be going in and starting work on the foreground. If you've got a lot of splatter around and you've still got a sponge is a great way to look, clean up. A sponge is one of the best ways of taking away dirty background colours. If you've got a sponge, I had some splatters around there. It even took that stain off where I dropped the brush down there. You can sponge it away. It's a great way to clean up. So any external splatters that you don't want, a damp sponge is a good way to kind of fix the problems. So it's always worth having some sponges in your watercolour stash. Mike says looking brilliant, thank you. It's looking good, isn't it? I love that. I think it's such a nice effect, and the finishing touch really was to add the light scrub in the middle. It creates a burst of light. That for me what it's all about. Margaret says that otter would be nice to paint, so does Anne, and so does CBP and Irene and Lynn. Who else would like to paint a watercolour workshop with an otter in a stream? That sounds really nice. Let me know in the comments, or drop us an email, folks, at any time throughout the workshop. Of course, the email address is mattartist@me.com. Let me know if you'd want to paint an otter. Email address right there. Or what kind of animal would you like to do a painting of? Any birds? You know, anything similar? We recently did the fox, of course, a week ago. But remember, all of the workshops are available to purchase. All previous ones are available to purchase. But the big thing is to get yourself booked in for this one, the 23rd of Jan. Paint a beautiful beach scene and seascape with children flying kites, moored boats and sand dunes. Get yourself booked in for a tenner. You can't go wrong. You don't have to watch it live. You can watch it at any time. We are 85% spaces have gone on that one. So good time to book in is now. That's nice and dry. We're going to be taking a lunch break or a breakfast break, whatever time of day it is where you are in the world, relatively soon. But just before we do that, we're going to paint in a little bit down here. Just a touch. Got some lovely sunbeams coming through on email. Sylvia Highcock, yours is looking good. Andrew Mayer, looking nice. Nessa McCarthy, you said you'd like to paint at Otter, and the sunbeams are looking lovely as well. Peter Kimberley, yeah, looking good, Peter. Sunbeams look really nice. And Betsy has sent a photograph which is just coming through of the snow coming down. I'll wait for that to just download. It's coming through. Okay, let's work on this foreground area now. You've got your pencil sketch for your footpath, which is lovely. Oh, love the snow, Betsy. Love snow. It's one of my favourite things, as I'm sure you probably know. Very nice. Okay, so into this foreground then. Again, it's a similar situation. You know, it's not working all the way to the edge, but of course you can if you want to work up to the edge. It's your kind of choice, really. So what I'm going to do is I want to prep some colours first of all, down to the palette then. That's the first job. We can reuse some of the colours. Brush wise, a size 10 or 12 is about right for this one, I would say. Splatters everywhere, look at this. All over the shop. Size 10 brush. Basically what I want to do is I want to mix up more of the same, so more light green, the yellow and the blue. The yellow and the blue. Or natural green light you could use. So it's more light green, more dark green as well. Yellow, and obviously in this case it's more blue. Much more blue. You get that darker green. There's the darker green look. And then we've also got the brown, which I've run out of. It's gone a bit yucky, so I'll start again. So yellow and red. Remember, you put quite a bit of red in that colour to turn it brown. Feel free to use dark skin tone for this as well. Add a little bit of blue to it, and it will give you that sort of rusty brown, which we've been using on the background. So those three colours will be perfect for this next stage. Okay, as far as putting the flowers on, the flowers will be added with white paint. So white paint is quite important on this picture. It's worth having some. But if you've got some violet paint, natural violet will work fine. I've got some natural violet here. I want to take a little bit of natural violet. So I'm going to just pop. In fact, I'm going to pop it just over here. So if you've got some natural violet, you can use that. Or you can mix a little bit of violet, just a touch, from blue and red. Blue and red. If you mix a bit of a violet colour as well, I'll just pop the violet just on the edge there. A little bit of a purple, or you can mix it. Or sorry, you can use natural violet, which is it's a bluey violet. It's a blue violet. People say it's too blue, but when it dries, you'll see that purple tinge to it. There we go. Tracy Gibbons says an orangutan. That'd be quite interesting to paint, an orangutan. Or a gorilla or something like that. Anne Humphreys, your beams look great. There's some lovely photographs have come through from Alison Pooler of the Outer Hebrides. That the one with the sun setting near the stone circle looks wonderful. Jackie, pulling your sunbeams. Actually, on the email, you just sent the same photograph as previous. Kat says, how about an underwater scene with a dolphin or a shark? We did paint some dolphins last autumn, so you can check out dolphins. We've done a sea turtle. We've also done a seahorse as well underwater, which was very nice to do. Very nice to do. Right, so that's my colours then, and let me show you what I want to do with this. So back up to the picture then. Again, I'll do this little bit first. You can just sort of watch it at your leisure. I'm going to wet the area at the bottom. Again, I'll wet it all because I want the paint to spread. And I want to put a couple of coats of water on this, but not quite as wet as it was above, but certainly a couple of coats of water for this, the entire area. Wet it all, folks. Wet it all once or twice. I'm on my second coat of water now. There you go. So that's my second coat of water. So that's wet enough for me to work on. The first colour that I want to be adding is going to be the brown, which I want to tap off on the kitchen paper first. That's going to be the case for all these colours. So you're just watching and chilling. Anne says, thank you very much for all your words of encouragement on our work. It's really helpful. Good. Well, you know, that's what it's all about, keeping the paint flowing. It is. First thing to do here is to use the brown, which you've tapped on the kitchen paper, and is going to go across the footpath, just little horizontal lines. Horizontal lines, let it disappear off, let it fade off. Let it fade off down into the foreground there. So that's using the brown tinge. Don't forget to tap it on the kitchen paper as well, folks. So that's the footpath area. And it just fades off. If you're doing a vignette, let it fade off. Then we will go into the light green. The light green is the next colour. And it's just going to go in. It's going to go in up to the edge of the footpath. Now, obviously, we're going to be putting trees and things and detail. This is just the next stage in the picture. That's the light green going in. Let it all spread. Let it become part of it. Then grab the violet and just pop some little spots of violet around. Because I love some violet crocuses. I have some other colours as well, but we'll just make a start by putting some little lines of... It's not going to be a huge amount of crocuses, but you get a few, don't you, poking through. We'll get a few of those coming in. That's the violet, of course. Put some little spots and dots and dabs around. Let your paint just do its thing. Let it spread, especially in that foreground. Put little dots. Let your paint become part of your scene. This is just a wet into wet background. That's all it is. Mary says she'd like to paint a hare or a rabbit. Betsy says a cardinal. That's a bird, yeah? I do like painting the bird pictures, one of my favourite subjects. Then I will pick up the darker green, which I will tap on the kitchen paper. And the darker green's job mainly, if I'm honest, is to go around the edge of the footpath. So basically I'm going to brush in from the edge of the footpath here. And that's just going to let me have a slightly darker edge. So we'll get the dark edge. And can you see I'm just working it into the footpath here? Just working it into the footpath. That's all I'm doing. Very simple, straightforward little process here. It's all spreading in, it's all mixing in, but it's all part of the fun. But really importantly, you pick that dark green up, you tap it on kitchen paper, and you just go in, basically, around your footpath. It's almost putting shadows on, but its main job at this stage is to darken the edge and create a definite edge. Like if you look at the footpath on the screen, you can see it's looking a little bit lost here, but using the dark green, which is quite thick and quite dry brush, so dry brush on the tissue, remember, and it just puts an edge on, and you can see that edge for the first time. We shall do more on the top of that later, so please don't worry. Please don't worry about that. That's just the next stage, just the next part of the equation. And it's a nice thing to do. It's a basic background wash of colour. if you really want to push the boat out today, yeah, wait for this one. Pick up some of the violet. Pick up some of the violet on your brush. It's optional. This way, and do a little bit of a tap. Do a little bit of a tap if you want to, but do make sure you tap off the excess on the kitchen paper before you do that. It doesn't matter if a bit goes over the footpath, just a little bit of a splatter, but you always want to be tapping off the excess on a bit of kitchen paper before you do this. If it comes at the bottom down there, then you can just either wipe it off with a bit of tissue or use your sponge later to remove it. But just a little bit of splatterage. I'm also going to do some splatterage of yellow as well. I'll recap this for you in a minute, by the way. There's a bit of thick yellow paint there. Just to show you. It's up to you, really. A little bit of yellow splatters just at the bottom of the picture. Just adds a bit of interest. And then again, using a bit of tissue just to wipe off any splatters that have splattered too far. But a bit of yellow splatterage. Quite nice. It's good. It's good. Again, at this stage, if you're still not quite seeing your footpath, just use a smaller brush, the number 6 brush, the one I splattered with. I'll recap this in a sec. And then just go right in, look, and just at the point of this background all drying, just take this number 6 brush, I'll get close in for you, and go in and just lightly brush along the edge of the towpath. Towpath? Who calls them towpaths? A towpath. Sounds like a gemstone, a towpath, a footpath, a trackway, whatever. But anyway, towpath. I like that though, towpath. Is that a thing, a towpath? I call it a path. Derbyshire path. Beautiful, love that. Loving that. That's really good. That is the foreground, the start of the foreground. After we've had a break, we'll be getting some lovely detailing. Let me recap it down on the rough sketch. Take away the tape very slowly, not like that. And basically what you do is you use the size 10 brush is what we did first, and you wet the section, the bottom section. I'll do it very quickly. This is just a quick recap. Why not practice yourself? The first colour was the brown or dark skin. Don't forget to tap it on your kitchen paper, and you basically do horizontal brush strokes. Give it a couple of coats. Then you straight in with the light green, which again on the kitchen paper, so important that you do that, and you just go around these areas either side of the towpath and you bring it in, and then you go for your violet colour, and you do a few little spots and a few lines in some of the white areas. Put some little dots and dabs and little spits and spots and things and stuff, and pop some little bits of that in the gaps like so. That gives a bit of violet. I can see that on there. It's just a simple little process, really. Dots and dabs, spots and spits, and let it spread. Most important bit for me is using the stronger, darker green. Make sure the green is quite strong, and what you do with the dark green is you go around the edge of your footpath. Really important little process, that, because what that does is it allows the shape to be very crisp, like so. I did then pick up a number 6 brush, and I picked up some violet, which I mixed from blue and red, or use natural violet, and you give it a bit of a splatter. But again, you want to make sure you're careful where you splatter. So if you're concerned about going up here, put a piece of kitchen paper over the top of it or something. But you can use tissue to wipe away any splatters. I would also recommend using that number 6 brush once it's almost dry, just to get a little bit of extra darkness along the edge of your footpath. But that's it. Why not practice first? It's the next part of the picture. There it is. I'll leave it on screen for you so you can see it. Just enjoy the process. Enjoy it, folks. Georgina's just popped in. We'll paint later. Hello to you, Georgina. And don't forget, you can pick up any previous workshops. towpath run alongside of a canal. I know we heard the phrase somewhere, Peter Kimberly. Thank you for that. Quite relaxed, this workshop, and I'm liking it. After the chaos for the first 10 minutes when the live stream went down and YouTube broke and all that stuff, we're here, we're relaxed. We've got a lovely live stream happening now. Mary's beams are looking good, so don't forget to put that little bit of a burst of light in the middle there. Lovely. Andrea's beams and lights also looking wonderful. That's Andrea de Martinio. Jackie Pullen, your sunbeams are looking absolutely stunning. Well done to you. And Brenda Lehman. How about an alpaca? Yes, an alpaca would be lovely. That'd be good. That'd be a great picture to do, an alpaca. Good idea. Good idea. Good suggestion there from who was it from? Sorry, I can't remember now. Brenda. Oh, and nice sunbeams, Brenda, as well. Sunbeams are great, folks. Feel free to send a photograph of your stage over. Remember, the email address is mattartist@me.com. Anytime, send it over. Can't go wrong. Again, I just want to make sure, folks, when you paint this section, that even now this is completely dry, at least on my paper, I'm still picking up, I'm still at it, picking up that darker green on the tissue, number six brush for that, and then just work on the edge of the footpath, okay? Just get on the edge. And then put that nice darkness in, so you get that lovely dark effect of. But you sort of brush it back. You see, I'm brushing it back into the flower, and flowers will come here. We're going to put a lot of work on this. Do stick with us on this one. That darker green is also really nice for making sure you've got a crisp dark edge where your masking tapes come off. So can you see? I'm actually going in and making sure that I have got some darkness. Quite an important little stage, that one over here as well. So make sure you've got a nice bit of darkness coming in along that edge, as you can see there. So you can really go for it. Every little helps. Keep revisiting that edge, but like I say, brush it in. But so it's dark green tissue, and then go in and make sure you've got a nice dark edge to work in. But don't just paint a line, actually brush it into what's around it. Surround the area, surround it. Surround the area, and it'll make a nice little trackway through the centre. Looking forward to getting some trees on this, folks. But at this particular stage, we're going to be taking a break. It's just gone 12:30 here in the UK. There's the live time. So it's sort of 12:32, something like that. I'm taking a 30-minute break, folks. So I'm popping this little Lego clock here, so you know, this the famous Lego clock, so you know the live time. Pop that down there. I'm sure I can come up with a more high-tech way than doing that. But you love the Lego clock, don't you? You love it. We'll leave that there, and we will be back. We will be back in about 30 minutes. So around sort of 1:05 UK time, we'll be back, and we'll carry on painting the trees, that kind of thing. So please, in the meantime, get yourself booked into this workshop here, the 23rd of Jan. 85% of the spaces have actually gone, so you need to get a space for that one if you want to have a go at painting something a bit different, some nice new techniques to learn next week as well. Janine Miles, your picture is looking good. Love the beams, well done to you. Alison Pooler, nothing seems to be attached to that email, Alison, so it might be worth just resending that one. But please do send a email over with a photograph of your stage of your picture, or a selfie of you sat working. I'd love to see you. Oh, it's come through now, Alison. Looking good as well. Beautiful, beautiful. It's nice that you filled the picture as well, so it works really well. Yeah, so keep them coming, those photographs. Good to see. Grab a space for next week, folks. Remember, you can win not only an original Matthew Palmer painting, but there's 3 prizes. There's 2 £40 vouchers to give away to spend on Watercolour TV. That website there. So £80 worth of art materials. It's a spending spree. You can spend on what you like, but you can't use it on workshops. And you've also got the original painting to win as well. So that is included in your bookings. Please do keep the support going. This is Matthew Palmer's Patreon. Spending £10 on a workshop here. We went to a National Trust place yesterday for a walk, local here, called Clumber Park in Nottinghamshire. Beautiful place. It's very close to Sherwood Forest. And 2 coffees and 2 bits of cake, £16.40. Now, come on. This is cheaper than going to a National Trust property, having a Mr. Palmer workshop. It's a tenner, a £10 workshop. It's nothing, is it? Give it a go, folks. And remember, my in-person workshops range from £40 up to £70. So these are great value. They really are. Please do keep that support going. Grab a space. We'll be back at about 1:05 UK time. We'll take a little bit of a break at this point, and we will leave that on the screen for you. It's important that you carry on. Please come back. I need you to come back, because the best bit is yet to come. And keep calm and carry on, as we always like to say. And we'll see you in about half an hour. And of course, if you're getting a bit bored, you know what to do. Book a space for next week. We're back. We've been to the coffee shop. We're ready for action. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Ready for action, folks. Let's get back to the picture then. Straight into it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to work on the trees and all the nice foreground details. So the trees are the next thing in this picture that we're going to work on. And these are going to be quite tall trees. So in the palette, we're going to mix up a couple of colours, making use of a size 6 brush, I think, for this one. You may, some of you, possibly, decide to use a branch and detail brush. So if you've got a rigger brush or a detail brush, you might want to think about having this at hand as well. So quite a while ago in this workshop we mixed up grey. We've not used it, it's still there, but I want to recap the grey. I'm also going to turn around this colour mixing page so we've got a clean, start with a clean sheet as it were. So how do you make the grey? If you're not sure, well, you can use natural grey, or you can mix up the blue with the red and of course the yellow. So that's how you make a grey, and it wants to be quite a strong grey. So you mix purple, plenty of red, get purple, then add little bits of the yellow until you get this fairly strong grey colour. The brown is going to feature as well, so the brown has been featured quite a lot in this picture. So there's the yellow with the red. Now feel free to use dark skin tone here, or even natural brown. Natural brown is another one that would be quite a useful colour to have in your palette. Get some out of that tube. I'm not going to use it, but just to show you. I've lost the lid to that one. So the tube of brown is constipated, but it's there. We've popped it in. Now if you mix brown, we mentioned this, you need quite a lot of red. So the yellow, the red, and then the touch of blue. But those two colours are going to be quite useful. So don't be afraid to get plenty of red in there as well. So a dark deep brown and a dark deep grey. I'm also wanting to make quite a strong green as well, so for that I want blue and of course the yellow as well. Doesn't matter if there's a bit of red in there, but a good dark green. So those three colours that you can see are all been mixed with a size 6 brush. Grey, brown, we've got the green. Quite strong on the consistency of those. Quite a nice rich colour. Quite a nice rich colour. Lovely. And like I say, if you have got access to a rigger brush or something similar to a rigger brush, then that would be quite useful as well. Not essential, but if you've got it, it's going to be useful to have at hand in case you decide. Got some kitchen paper there as well. So it's a case of painting in some tall trees now, and we're going to do them with the two colours, but we'll just keep it simple and we'll start off with this deep brown. Make sure the brown isn't too bright of a brown, so add plenty of blue. If you're using dark skin tone, do add a bit of extra blue to the equation as well. And basically I want to turn this thing on the side, up the top here. So I've rotated the picture, get the right screen on. I've rotated the picture mainly because I find it easier to do these tall trees. Bro. I've got the brown, number 6 brush. A useful tip is to rotate the brush through the colour and across the edge of the palette. That helps to get a point out of your brush. Rotate it through your fingers. Not essential, but it's one of those things. Why have I turned it on the side? Because I want to paint in some tall trees, and these trees are going to work around the beams. Okay, starting off, I'm not painting the ones that are there because they're the misty ones, they're the out of focus ones. I'm just going to pick a spot, probably about here, and I want to make sure this colour is nice and strong. Don't be afraid to have it quite heavy, and go straight in. I'm painting a tall tree that goes straight up, straight past everything. These are meant to be tall pine trees. Slightly wider bottoms on these, not essential. Excuse me, slightly wider, and this is just the brown at this particular stage. Now that goes straight through everything. It goes way past, it goes over the beam of light, it goes straight through. It's a strong, heavy colour. Highlights will be added as we progress through the picture. Now when you're painting these trees, I've rotated it on the side to make it slightly easier on an easel, but if your number 6 brush is quite pointy, utilise that, make use of it, because these trees will have the occasional little branch where they, you know, as the tree's grown, because these pine trees always have them, little sort of lines, or little stumps if you like, little branches that have dropped off as the trees developed over the years. Not necessarily branches as such, just almost little twigs that kind of, you know, kind of poke out, as it were, and certainly worth thinking about the way you do this one. Remember, this is just the next part of this picture, just the next stage in the project. If you prefer to use the rigger brush for this, then please do feel free to do that. Again, if you struggle to get a point out of the brush, then rotate the brush over some tissue or some scrap paper, and there's a good chance of getting that brush quite pointy, to be fair. So have a little go at that, and we'll just get some branches that kind of go up. And I'm just take a moment out of your painting to glance up at the screen, and you can see how I'm resting on the paper as I do these little branches. Just little spots of detail. So that tree, it goes straight up, it's got a few branches weaving off, and then I'll continue, and I'll do a few more of these. I'll pop one here that's going to start off on the horizon, if you like, or where the masking tape was, but this one is going to stop. And again, these aren't the trees that are misty, these are the next trees, if you like. Now on this one, it's just a line that goes up, but I want to stop where the beam is. So I will paint it as though the beam is, so you sort of weave it, if you like, in between the beam, and then it can poke out of that beam, if that makes sense. So you can really create some interest through these. So if you look at that one closely, you can see I've weaved behind those two, but then over the rest of them. So it starts to give much more interest to your picture here. And again, you know, popping a few little branches going off, but all the time, these a huge part of Sherwood Forest, and I'm sure that people who live in that area will back me up on this. There's a lot of pine trees around. In fact, there's quite a famous visitor centre called Sherwood Pines. Pop it on the internet. Sherwood Pines is the name of it, and the name says it all. I love how you can weave them. So what I'm saying is, break a leg, you know, do whatever you want to do with this. It's your picture now. Pop some at the background, bring some lower down. I want to get one that's kind of coming here Again, all the time using this lovely brown colour. And that one's going to go straight up. It's just using the one colour. We'll bring the grey into play a little later, but fairly strong because highlights are going to feature as well in this painting. So there's my next tree, and you can see that that one comes into the foreground area, that one. And again, you can bring in the nice branches. And again, if you struggle to use this brush for doing the little broken branches, because that's what you see on these, you basically see broken branches. I know the feeling. Bring it in. Yeah. And then why not have another one that's weaving? So this one maybe would start from here, and it can just be a thin tree. It's not going to be a thick tree. But that one could weave through there and come through these as though it's just creeping through in the background. They've not got to be thick trees. That's just a nice kind of slim one there. It kind of creeps in. The choice is yours. But I love how you can get them all sort of interacting with one another, weaving behind the beams. You know, that's what we're trying to go for here. And even if some of these trees are just simple lines that just disappear to nothing, look at that one. It's just a line that tapers off to nothing. Just a single line of brush. I've rotated it on the side. Someone's asked me an email why you're painting on the side. Because it's just easier if you're working on an easel to do it that way. Simple as that, really. Yes, it's just the one colour. Just the one colour I'm using at this particular stage as well. Let's get that one on the edge there. Now just have a look. I've got quite a dry brush here, which means I just tapped it on tissue. Look how it gives that very sort of speckly branch trunk there for the tree. A little bit more incidental with it being on the edge. And a few branches, just broken branches weaving off. But there's one main tree, and that's that one there. Notice I keep revisiting them to make sure they're nice and solid. It's really quite effective. That one could go behind the beams. And as you get towards the centre of your picture, make them slimmer. Like that. I'll turn it the right way for you. What a different, that looks lovely. Let me show you the whole thing now. You can see that in focus. So that's how it's looking on screen there. Really looking nice, yeah. I'll leave that there for you to work on. Yes, we're going to do something on that side. Absolutely, we'll get to that stage. We'll get to that stage. Every little helps. Now this is not saying that you have to just do all of the same tree, or if you want more or less trees. Yes, we're going to put shadows in, absolutely. All that will come as we go through the picture. Matthew, are you going to use white paint? Yes, Sandra, we shall be using white paint. And that can be used for flowers. It can be used for a few things in this painting, actually. So yes, absolutely, that will feature without a doubt at some point. Now I want to leave that there for you to work on, but I want to pop some trees on this side, exactly the same. And again, I'm going to be rotating the board because I want to make sure that we've got that nice kind of light effect. Quick recap of the colour for those people that aren't too sure on the colour. So if we just drop into the palette for a second, palette cam, you can see the brown there, which I'm going to remix. So a bit of water, so it's yellow and the red, of course, which gives you that sort of burnt orange, and then you add the blue to it. And the blue makes it darker. Don't make the colour too bright. If you do use dark skin tone, add some blue to it to make it look a little bit deeper. But that's the basic brown. We've not touched the grey yet, but we shall be bringing that into play a little bit later on. Sound like Jeremy Clarkson then, a little bit later on. But we're going to do some more trees. More trees. Trees. I want to work from this side of the footpath. I'm going to get a nice one coming from here, actually. I'm going to have a tree that just comes straight up. Weave it up, straight up the picture, straight through, all the way to the top. Again, similar kind of width, but pine trees have got that lovely tall sort of branch going off, main trunk, which goes off the top of the picture, especially if you're doing a vignette like I'm doing here. And then down here we'll have another one, maybe coming in here. I mean, there's nothing stopping you doing a variation on the tree. And I'm sure that some people are going to go crazy and have their own detail to it. But obviously, and I have to say this, I am working to what I think is going to be easy for people. So just be a little bit aware of that, folks. I'm always teaching because I want you to succeed at this. Now on this one, can you see I've branched out with a V shape at the top? So if you want to be a bit more varied in your tree, there's nothing stopping you having a tree that's a little bit more of a variation. But just bear in mind that you would do this in the direction it grows, and I would be using the tip of the brush. So that's more of a traditional tree, not so much a pine tree. Finer branches I can add with this brush, or obviously with any other brush I wish as well. So let's have another tree coming from the back there. And again, making use of the point of the brush. For the little broken branches that you would get on these pine trees. Like that. It's like little sticks that just kind of poke out the side. It's where the trees developed. Over time. And again, if you really want to get extra fine detail, then you would be thinking about using a rigger brush. But whichever brush you actually do the trees with, you want to be thinking of which part of the brush you're going to paint with. So for me personally, I've got a number 6 brush, but I'm literally holding it right at the end. This is the script. Wipe off the excess, get the point of the brush, and literally go in and do the nice fine branches. I'm okay with this brush because it's relatively new. It's only a few months old, so it's still quite pointy, but the brushes do wear out because when you start mixing with them, it's natural that the brushes are going to eventually lose the point. So that's the time to invest in a new one. So you can see here that this is much more of a traditional tree. Literally getting really close in and painting fine branches. Now if you do put your painting on Facebook or anything, which I love to see, so please keep doing that, just give a bit of a credit, just say based on a painting by or taught at a virtual workshop with Mr. Palmer, that kind of thing, because it's nice just to, you know, it's not really, it's kind of a copyright thing, but you know, it's based on a picture by, and I'm more than happy for you guys to do that, because that's part of this whole virtual world, if you like. Now in the background, as we did on the other side, just randomly painting any trees that you want to. I'm doing one here, look, just a line that goes up. These are just fine branches that just go to nothing. Look how I can simply, if you look on screen, look how I can take the brush, I've dabbed off the excess brown, and I'm going in and I want to use that brush, and eventually the brush runs out of colour, but make use of that run out of colour. Get the brush to allow the paint to taper away. And as I mentioned, there's this whole thing about, you know, people sort of doing their own versions of these pictures, using this as inspiration. That's great. But obviously, like I have to say, I have to do what I think works best for the whole. There's a lot of people doing these live classes, and I want people to produce a finished picture. There's beginners, there's intermediates in here, there's a mixture of everybody in these classes. Look, I'm using this very dry brush to create a mass, a forest of random branches, literally putting the brush on the paper, spreading up and allowing the paint to taper off to nothing. You can see that nice, almost a dry brush, and that can take place anywhere, even over this side where the beams are. Pick the paint up, wipe it off, add a tapered branch that goes behind the beams, in front of the beams, whichever, but just get the paint to be very speckly and very tapered. Let's turn this on the right direction. We'll zoom back and show you what we've got so far, and I'll leave that on screen for you to work on your trees. Look at the base of the trees, look at the differences in the base. Look how I brought them to different positions. That for me is what it's all about. So you've got some that come down into the foreground and some that are obviously part of the background, thinking about an occasional branch that shoots up, but that's looking quite nice at that particular point. Hello to Eve Rossingtiner, who's just joined us. Few emails coming through, keep them coming, folks. Nice progress, Jeanette Haynes, looking good. The beams look great on yours. Sandra Hatton says that otter would be great to paint in a stream. Andrea sent a cracking selfie using his iPad. I love it. Excellent. It's good to put a face to people. I'm loving this. Do keep your selfies coming through, folks. Drop them through an email. I want to see you start painting. I'm not going to show the rest of the world. This one is just for me. So I'm being nosy, basically. So yeah, looking good, Andrea. Thank you for that. Brilliant. And Humphreys, the beams, yes. How nice have they come out on your picture, was it? And Jeanette Haynes said an orangutan would go down well. Yes. Good. Nice. It's nice to see that, yeah, it's a nice bit of interaction here. I'm loving the way these trees are going in, so this is something that you want to be taking your time at. My advice to you is get to this stage do quite a few fine branches, and then we'll take it a bit further. Literally, we're going to branch out by putting some shadows and various things in to the picture. We'll get to that stage, but I want to give you a bit of time to work on that. Just take a moment to look how the branches weave in between some of these pictures, some of the beams, the light beams. If you do something that you don't like, I mean, for example, I kind of see this one here that goes over the top of the beam, and really, I don't think that's right. There's nothing stopping you getting a bit of water on your brush, just water, and literally going in and washing off a tree and wipe it off with a tissue. It makes a lovely translucent effect. So from time to time, my advice to you, where the beams are, is to paint the tree as though it goes through, like this one here maybe. If I paint that as it goes through, see how I brought it through? Let it dry, then wash it off, and it leaves a little residue behind. And it just makes it look more as though the beams are actually doing something. Alison, yes, Pooler, looking good, looking good. Thanks for the progress. We just water, look. Once it's had a few moments to dry, and you just water it out and then get the tissue on it. So it kind of looks as though you've got a transparent beam at that point, which is kind of what we're going for, obviously. So you can really play around with that concept. Branching out on a Sunday. Can't go wrong, can you? Beautiful. And don't forget, if you've missed any of the previous workshops, they're all pretty much available. In fact, they are all available for a bit of a limited time. Here's a bit of a collection of what you can pick up from previous workshops. There's 88, 87 to choose from, and they're all available on the website. There's a link in the description for this video, so if you do want to pick up any of the seascape, the lighthouse, the northern lights, the Tuscany landscape, the still lifes, of course, are always a favourite. There's an underwater one of a seahorse there. They also did a sea turtle as well, and dolphins. There's a big, huge collection. There's 87 to choose from, all on the old website. Check it out. Okay, now once you've put these trees on, it's worth just having a moment, sort of leaning back on your picture, having a look at any trees that aren't quite looking right. But like that one on the end, for example, here is a bit scrawny for me. So what I'd do in that situation would be to dampen my brush, run the brush over the tissue, so it's just got a bit of water in it. And basically what I'd do is go into that tree and I'd just use a bit of water just to almost diffuse it, almost kind of soften it in, so it's a little bit more misty. It kind of pushes the trees further away if you do that. It's also worth, while you've got a damp brush, putting some highlights in these trees. Now if that is the sort of thing that you want to do, it really makes a difference. Have a little look on screen. If I was to put some light and wash some light out of some of these branches, just using a damp brush, you can really make it look as though you've got some light shapes. I mean, look how that's put a little bit of highlight into those trees. So basically water, which I'm using number 6 or a lift out brush. On a lift out brush would be the perfect tool for the job, a little square brush, but you can really spend time lightening and adding some light into these trees. Use kitchen roll just to wipe it. Can you see the little highlights it's adding? It almost looks like bark and it makes it look kind of three-dimensional. So it's an absolute belter of a technique, folks, and I'm using this quite a lot. It's just water. If you've got a square brush or a lift out brush, even better. Dry kitchen paper just to dab the water off. That's what's just been removed. But look how it's put life into it. It makes a huge difference, especially at the bottom of the tree. Of course, you can do it on the side of the tree that where the light would be catching as well. Where's your light coming from? It's pretty obvious on this one. So you can decide where you want to put some light and some dark shades if that's your cup of tea. If you've got a square brush, a lift out brush, in the water, through the fingers, that's a Matthew Palmer lift out brush there. I can really use that brush to add some light coming up. And a dry bit of tissue just to sort of remove the paint. Again, if you want to get any extra fine beams coming in, using a square brush or just a damp number 6 brush, there's nothing whatsoever stopping you using a lift out brush and a dry piece of kitchen paper to do the likes of this. I mean, if you look at this here, you can really sort of utilize the lift out brush to make some, or just any brush with a bit of water. Look how you can get some extra beams of light coming through. So no reason why you can't just manually paint in a few extra shafts of light that just kind of come in between. Some of the skinny ones that are almost impossible to do with the card and the sponge, you can do it with a brush. See? So you can drop some finer ones in if that's your thing, if that's what you want to do. It's not saying it's essential, but it's just one of those little techniques that is often quite useful. Just a little bit of light there. It just puts a bit of incidentals on. And at the same time, you can lighten the side of the trunk. If you've not got a square brush or a lift out brush, just do as I'm going to show you now. Use a damp number 6 brush, which you can mould the point on, and you can go in and you can put light on the side of the trees in a similar fashion. And of course the beams as well. It just puts a bit of light catching the trees. It's a great way of adding life to them. It really does make quite a difference, folks. If I drop down to this tree here, I would be doing the same here. But bear in mind the light's coming from the left of this tree. So when I put the highlights in, this is just water on the brush here. So I would be doing the same thing here. And I would be putting some light on. I always like to see this where a tree meets the ground. See the little bits of light I'm adding? You can really scrub it in. You can make some of these up as well, so you can actually paint some misty trees by doing some tall vertical highlighted areas. It's good. It's a good effect and worth the energy, I would say. It's a lovely little effect on any tree. Even if it's one in the background. Even if it's one that you just make up in the background. What do I mean by that? You just randomly do that. Just randomly do a line that goes up to nothing. And then use that little piece of kitchen paper to remove the excess. Because watercolour is fugitive, which means you can wash it away fairly easily, as we've discovered with the sponge, and of course we've discovered now with a wet brush. Whether that brush be a round brush or a lift out brush, it doesn't matter. The lift out brush does it easier and slightly cleaner. But if you haven't got a square brush or a Matthew Palmer lift out brush, then like I keep saying, for me the workshops are all about accessibility. You don't need all the fancy tools, but they're all there to make your life easier if you want them. What a difference that makes. An absolute belter of a difference. Love that. Deborah would love to paint an otter as well. I think a lot of you fancy painting an otter. Give me a thumbs up if you want to paint an otter. Drop us an email if you want to paint an otter. But I love those beams, and I love how you can use this brush, this square brush now, to go in, or any brush, and just say, I'm just going to add a few extra little beams of light. And it's such a wonderful way of creating an extra bit of light coming out. As long as you use that central point as your light burst, this is going to work for you, folks. As you can see there. Spit and polish. You know me and my spit and polish. Alison said she'd like to do a painting of Chatsworth. Okay, well, there's a couple of workshops on Watercolour TV, or a couple of paintings on Watercolour TV of Chatsworth House, which is, of course, probably the most famous country home. Well, it's one of the most famous country homes in the UK. So on Watercolour TV, there's actually two. There's an autumn one and a snowy one of Chatsworth. So if you're a Watercolour TV member, if you're not, then obviously you can get hold of one, and yeah, you can see them on there. So yeah, if you want to put any general sort of misty trees in, as you can see me doing now, unless you're just taking this brush, it doesn't have to be a square brush, just use the point of any brush, and you can just lift out some random misty trees in the background as well. So it's all part of the overall effect. I'm happy with that. The highlights have made a big difference to the painting there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop this back the right direction and let you guys have a fiddle. But you can really see the light now coming from those beams, can't you? That looks really good, doesn't it? Those highlights in those trees really are stunning. It's a big impact. It really is. Pam says she's loving this picture, loving the beams. Jackie said any suggestions to improve. Let's have a look at your email that you've sent. A beaver, Peter says. Hello to Joan from California. Happy New Year, Joan, to you. I don't think you was around last week, so Happy New Year to you. Let's have a look at yours then, Jackie. Jackie, now's the stage. Lovely beams, by the way. Add some more beams with a square brush or your number 6 brush, as we mentioned. I just love that intensity of the light coming through and that residue of trees. And then think about adding some highlights to your tree branches. That would have the biggest impact. Thank you for the lovely emails that have come through, by the way, during the little break we had from people offering words of support, you know, saying that they're going to keep booking the workshops through 2022. It does really mean a lot that you guys keep booking these things, because as I've said many a time, I do have a lot of sleepless nights about this. Are people just going to stop doing them? Well, for £10 I'm sure you'll keep going. But thank you for the nice emails that have all come through over the past hour or so. It does mean a lot. Thank you. Keeping the paint flowing, that's what it's all about here. Yeah, so it's looking good, Jackie. That is fine. There's nothing wrong with that so far. Just add those nice highlights. But also, get in the bottom of the trees. Have a look at the bottom of those trees there on screen. I'll leave that there. You can see these light pieces that I've lifted out going up. They're just basically me adding just a washout, a lift out area. Quite a nice little thing to do, really. You can make branches look three-dimensional with lift out. And like I say, it doesn't have to be a flat brush. For example, here, if I was to go in and put some light just on that branch there, you can clearly see how that brought that branch forward. So every little sort of helps. And then of course, once all this has gone in, we're going to put a few shadows in. And we're also going to put in some nice little bits of foliage and some, obviously some more flowers. That's going to be the big finale. Sleep well, Matthew. We all love your workshops. We'd be lost without them. Thank you, Joan Hall. Kind words. Now we are talking about Lynn says these are the highlights of my week. Matthew, the next one is interesting. You know, I'd agree. I think that these are the highlight of my week as well. I really enjoy them. Every every workshop is interesting. It really is. Now, obviously, if we're doing a sort of late winter, early spring woodland, so thanks Lynn and Peter for those comments. That means a lot. If we're doing this kind of woodland here, I would expect a little bit of leaf at the top, especially with them being pine trees. So what I want to do is I want to get the palette on there. Let's just readjust the palette cam a bit. I'm going to use number 6 brush and take this really dark green. We did mix this, but we've not used it. It's probably gone a bit dry, so that little bit of dampness just brings it alive a little bit. And a nice stipple with your number 6 brush, or your tree brush, or your fantastic brush would be great for this actually. So not great for your brush, but it'll make it go a bit spiky. But you know, if you want to bring your brush back to pristine shape, boiling water, obviously carefully, but if you dunk a brush in boiling water, it really does bring it back together again. And for me, I just want to use the tip of this brush just to add a little bit of leaf, but make sure the green is quite dark, especially around this area. It's a very deep green from blue and a touch of yellow, because if you think about it, it's going to be quite silhouetted. So I'd be using a small or a medium tree and texture brush, or as I'm doing here, just using the number 6 brush. All the products we talk about on here are all available, of course, on the website. If you've not got any of them and you'd like to pick them up. Exciting news about Watercolour TV. Next week is the sign-off week on the website. So we'll be going through all the final stages and all the testing stages of the new version. So the new website's going to be live very soon. A good time to join Watercolour TV is now, because you're going to save a few pounds if you become a member of Watercolour TV now, because it's going to increase a little bit in price, not a huge amount, but a little bit in price. So get yourself a membership. That's nice, isn't it? That so sort of stippling the leaf. Make sure that green's quite heavy, and don't be afraid to do some of this across the top of the picture. It kind of finishes it off, and I do like how you can work outside in those vignettes. Isn't that nice? That just make sure that colour is quite dark green. Let me recap the colour back down to the palette for you folks. I'm just about run out of paint there, so I want to get some more colour. We've got the blue, of course, which we're going to pop here. This is the new palette from last week, which is not looking so new anymore, is it, to be fair? Just so I don't feel sad, I've got the old palette sat here. I'll attach to that palette the yellow and the blue. Yellow and blue is the key. I'm going to make it even darker, which is not a bad idea for this particular workshop. Add the tiniest amount of red to it, and that'll make it even darker for you. But it's got to be a dark green, more towards the blue. Stipple your brush, get it all nice and spiky, and then attack your painting with it. Strong paint, and stipple. And of course this can go across on both sides of the picture. It's really nice at the top because it just kind of finishes them off. But like I say, it's really important to be quite strong. It's got to be strong, you know, it needs to be strong for this particular one. I'm having a great time painting this. And next week, which will be the week of the 17th of January, we've got a live YouTube demo coming up, folks, in a few days, so keep an eye on the YouTube channel. That's free for all to enjoy. That'll be coming up possibly on Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday of this week, so make sure you check out YouTube. And of course, how many people would love to see a new watercolour show? The watercolour show. How many people enjoy the watercolour show and would like to see a new one? Which is the art show that we do on the YouTube channel. If you'd like to see another one, the last one was kind of trying to think when it was. It was November, late November was the last one. So a new episode of that will be coming up soon as well, I'm sure, if you'd like to see one. But yes, we've got a live YouTube demo coming up midweek, so check that out as well. There's obviously next week's workshop and lots of interesting stuff coming up on the new Watercolour TV. Now, in your palette, you do have the grey, of course. We've got the grey. So, if you put any leaf over the top of the beams, it's worth sticking your brush in the grey because it would be quite dark and silhouetted against the light source. I wouldn't be taking up too much of that for me personally, because I think it's nice being clean in that area. But if you just sort of dip your brush in the grey as well as the green, won't even bother cleaning your brush, I'd just go for it and let it just become part of it. Joan says she loves the watercolour show. Andrew May likes them. Eva says that she's not going to miss any workshops because she's just bought 5 of the next ones. Thank you, Eve. That is the ultimate for me. That's commitment. Thank you right there. Lots of people do. There's about 50 or 60 people purchase blocks of 5. That's very grateful. Sorted your paintings out over the last 2 years and you can really see improvement since you found my channel in last January. Thank you. So a year, you're celebrating a year with us. Well done, Eve. Pat says, you have kept us all sane throughout the weird times doing these workshops. I've learnt so much and will keep on. Andrew Mercer, the virtual workshops are good, enjoyable and well worth £10. That's the thing, isn't it? You know, because I've kind of trudged through all the lockdown with you doing all these, and now lockdowns are pretty much over. That's the worrying time for me, obviously, but I'm sure you guys are gonna keep joining me, keep the paint flowing. So a little bit of stipple. I would also, if you've got a bit of scrap paper, which of course we have because we used it for the beams, got the scrap card here. I love that. If we get to the bottom of the picture, and of course we're going to paint quite a lot of work at the base later. But if you pop a bit of scrap paper down here, and if you start to stipple along the edge of the masking tape, that's a good way to clean up that edge. So if you want to make that edge a little bit darker in any positions, make it look sharper, just stipple some of this dark green, even with a bit of grey thrown in, just to create an edge. And every so often in this foreground area, and yes, we'll be getting to the flowers a little bit later, you can pop in a piece of card and use the dark green just to pop in some little bits of bushes at the base of some of these trees, or anywhere really, anywhere that takes your fancy. So just pop almost little bits of bushes in, and the more we do down here, the more interesting the crocuses will be when we get to that stage a little bit later on. So basically stipple it in. Stippling some little bits of little lines of things from the edge of the footpath. Basically I'm using that same dark green and I'm just adding some interest. Little rows of things right on the edge of the footpath. Of course that'd be a lovely one to do. The more we do down here, the more interesting the crocuses will be, the more of a blank canvas we'll have for painting in those crocuses. I mean, look how nice it is, just doing like little bits of ferns. I mean, there's lots of ferns in Sherwood Forest, lots of bracken and ferns. Fern Britain, fern cotton, they're all in there. See what I mean? Just a bit of stuff. Stipple your brush in your palette. Take this piece of card. I mean, feel free to use a small or medium tree brush, or even it'd be lovely on your fantastic brushes. This would work really well if you've got hold of those. I'm stippling in. Lots of little interest. I am conscious of the scale. I've gone really skinny, really slim with the ones, but I'm putting a lot of these in. I'm putting a lot of them in. I'm going to keep adding more and more and more. Rose Clayton, loving the workshop. Can't wait to try this one later. Look forward to seeing the next edition of the Watercolour show. Is there any news on real life workshops in Mansfield in February? I know providing lunch could be a bit tricky. Yeah, so basically we've had lots of people cancelling in-person workshops because certainly in the UK this Omicron thing is quite rife. So we will be in touch. In-person workshops, what I teach in person, will never be as rife as they used to be. I was doing sort of I was doing probably 2 a month at one time. So I'll never probably do as many as I used to, but the occasional one here and there, and then we'll assess the situation, I think. These live ones will always be around as long as you guys are around to support me. And of course there's people here from all over the world doing these. So I'll be continuing these into the future. And we'll see how the next few weeks develop as far as starting in-person ones. I think it's going to be a case of we might have to miss the first one in February, even the one at the end of January, which is scheduled in for Guildford. I can't see it happening. We've had probably about 12 people drop out of it because of COVID, basically. But we will be in touch, and we'll always do the occasional 1 or 2 here and there. That's nice, isn't it? Them little bits of foliage. And my advice to you is, in between these areas, pick up the green, get your fingers on your brush and spread the bristle. Get the focus back on that in a minute, it'll come back in a sec. Spread the bristle. Come on, focus, where are you? There you go. Spread the bristle. Once it's got it, it stays there. There you go. So you get that kind of splayed bristle brush. It does help to tap off the excess paint for this. What am I doing with this? Well, basically I'm going to go in and in between some of these little areas. So again, if you struggle to get your brush to splay, give it a bit of a tap on kitchen paper. Get the bristles all splayed. And just put little sort of grasses in between. Dry brush it, look. See the dry brush? Literally, I've picked up the green. I've wiped it off. I've pinched the bristle so it goes a bit spiky. This is all number 6 brush. And I'm working on this landscape here. Working on the landscape. Look, I'm dragging it across almost horizontally at the base. That's the key word, at the base of these little bushes that we've done. And that will really make sure that we get that lovely effect of texture. And add some darkness into this area, ready for doing the flowers. We need some darkness for the flowers. So you can see I'm sort of brushing it in. And it really creates texture. So it's a case of making sure that you're starting to utilize the paper. Utilize the paper, the texture of the paper. Do dry brush. Basically, take a moment, and you'll see me do this all the time in the pictures. I'm looking back from a distance, looking over at the picture, and I'm thinking to myself, well, actually, this is a bit of a blank patch, so I'll come back and add texture. So it needs texture throughout, and on this particular painting, it's this dry brush. It's the same green, but even the bits at the back, look, any blank area, any sort of light patch, go in and add some lovely texture. Yes, we're going to put shadows on, but even at that stage, if we come back at the picture at that stage, it looks like a woodland. And I think if you was to walk away at that point, you've got a pleasing picture. You've got a picture, it looks nice. You've got the beams, you've got the trees, you've got the foreground. But obviously, we're going to take it a bit further. I'm also tempted to use that green as well, obviously being careful. As well as dry brushing, I'm also going to think about doing a little bit of green stipple at the top. Splatter, even. That's what I meant to say. Bit of splatter. So feel free to add a bit of splatter in those trees. Feel free to add a bit of splatter down here. Because remember, the more you do down here... Now, literally, if you struggle to splatter... Pick your paint up, wipe it on the side, important, put your finger flat to your paper and then bounce it against it, and it keeps it in control. But look how that puts a lovely bit of texture, a bit of splatterage. It's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. Same here, look, pick your paint up, wipe it on the side of your palette, finger flat, literally touching your paper, and then bounce it and stipple and stot and splatter and spitter and all that stuff. It's all good. It's all good stuff. All good stuff. And that's it's simply that dark green. The dark green paint, which is still in the palette. Quick refresh on the mix for those who aren't sure. Bit of water. Plenty of blue. Plenty of blue. You need a lot of blue for that. And that little teeny weeny bit of red to make it darker. But I wouldn't put a huge amount of red because it does go brown if you're not careful. But something like that. It's a good dark green. Or you can use natural green, which is the dark green that's ready made. Over the Christmas period, we sold a lot of the full sets of watercolour paints to you guys. So people are stocking up on the paints. Which was nice to see. It means that you like using them. So I could also use this colour as well to put some little spots of little grasses, little flicks for grasses, and literally I'm just taking the brush. Again, if you've got a fantastic brush, I mean, that's going to be an absolute belting way to do this. It really is going to be a great way to do it. So you can basically spot and dot little grasses poking out of the ground. And of course, as you get lower down, you'll do taller ones. And this is all going to help the flower effect. It's all going to add to that effect. So it's worth spending a bit of time now adding some grasses, because as I mentioned previously, the more you do, see here, the more you do in this picture, especially in this bottom area, the more little bits of colour you add, the more you're going to get the crocuses. And this is just a dark green. Very similar to how you do a bluebell. I mean, you can see the violet there, can't you? That was natural violet. Natural violet's quite interesting because it dries violet, but when it goes on, it's quite blue. But it does dry a nice violet colour once it's dry, which is true for a lot of paints. They change colour. I love that area. It's nice and clean, nice and open. Over here as well, look, this has got a lot of space to, so you can revisit these bushes and put darker spots in. Put some grasses poking out the ground, of course. You can darken the bottom of the trees. Keep adding a clean dark edge to the bottom of those trees. That's quite important in my opinion. And I'm sure that some people's waiting for the gatepost. Laura, I'm looking at you. When I first started painting, everyone used to call me the Birdman. The Birdman of Alcatraz. Because I just used to paint a lot of birds in pictures, and then everyone did it. Everyone did birds in pictures, so I stopped doing that. I started putting gateposts in, so I want to have a little bit of a fence here. I've just picked up a rigger brush, and I'm just going to paint in a bit of a gateway. It's up to you. Just gives a bit of scale, look. Obviously, you've not got to do that, but it's one of those little things that I just can't help myself. When I paint a woodland picture or anything similar to that, it's one of those little techniques that I just feel is a. Now, if you want to paint any people in your picture, that's up to you. I'm not going to do that. We're doing figures next week, figures on the beach next week, and obviously kites in the sky. So that was grey. That was grey I've just used for that area just there, natural grey. If you are using natural grey, the mixture of grey, we've not used any grey yet, have we? But we keep mixing it. I would also be tempted to put a little bit of dark grey just along the edge of the trackway because it wants to be quite dark. So if you just darken the edge of the track, we're going to put some shadows on this before we finish, and obviously we're going to put some flowers in as well. But it's quite a relaxed one today, even though we had a bit of a ropey start because of the connection problems, but it's still one of those, seems to be quite a relaxed workshop today. So Janet says a new show, yes please. Yeah, so we've got a live demo coming up at the end of the, well, probably Wednesday. There's going to be a live YouTube demo coming up, so do make sure you check that out. Yes, I'm using a branching detail brush with some grey paint. It doesn't matter if you haven't got that brush, just any brush really. The number 6 one would be fine. And all I'm doing is I'm darkening the edges. That's what I'm doing here, folks. I've got it on the brush. I'm darkening the edges. I'm adding darkness to the edge of the footpath. I'm even going back into these edges here across the background to make sure there's a clean edge. Looking forward to putting some shadows in later. I would also be tempted with the grey as well to put some darkness at the base of the bushes just with grey paint, look, because it will help to sit them down. Just feel little sort of taps and tickles, a tap and a tickle along that edge. It's all good. So a quick recap of what I've just been doing then, apart from adding a gate post of a fence post, and I want to put a little bit of a sign there, a little bit of a footpath sign. It's seen better days. There you go. So as well as putting little bits of gate posts and fence posts and darkening the edges, I did have some green paint. I did tap it on tissue, and I spent quite a bit of time in this area adding tufts, grassy tufts, because that's going to help us get the flowers, you see. As I keep saying, the more colours that we add, even just little dots and spots, just dots and dabs, spots and dabs and dibs and dabs, it all helps the picture. You know, as little rows of spottage, little bits of spottage like that. It all helps to give the picture a nice feeling to it. That's just green, grasses. Put some grasses down here, look. Put some spottage along there. It's all good. Loving the beams. White paint's going to feature later to emphasize those if you should wish to put that in. I'll show you how to do that, of course. Notice how it all kind of spreads from the edge of the painting. If you've got some of the brown paint left in your palette from the trees, I've got a little bit left, pick some of it up and do it dry. Splay your bristles and put some texture on you, some horizontal texture on your track, towpath, footpath. That helps to give a bit of, you know, bit of rough stuff. And you could do the same with grey as well. Dry it off, splay your bristles and make sure you've got a dark edge to your footpath. It's also worth, and I'll do this then I'll stop and give you time. So if you just want to pause for a second, have a quick glance up, just take a moment with some grey, just some grey, to add some darkness into the trees. Now I would do this on the opposite side to where you imagine the light shining. So I don't know whether you can see that or not. I've painted natural grey down the edge of this tree on the opposite side to where the sun is, the beam is. So feel free to add a bit of darkness, a bit of grey down the edges of some of those trees, especially at the bottom where it meets the ground. It's worth making sure it's quite dark. Same on this side, but on this side of course you do the opposite side because the light would be catching the left. So certainly add in a bit of grey shadow, just random bit of shadow to the side of the trees. It makes quite a difference. If you look at the top of this tall tree here, if I put some darkness into it, it really does help it to look more three-dimensional. So well worth the energy on adding a few dark bits of shadow. If you look at these trees here, if I darken the bottom of that one, for example, and even the bottom of this one here, it just grounds them, it parks them. These ones, look, in the base, it parks them in the picture. Yes, we're going to do shadows. I keep saying that, but we shall get there. What I want to do now, folks, I want to zoom back on that, leave you to fiddle for a good sort of 10 minutes or so, and then we'll come back and we'll put some flowers in. But that's looking like a beautiful woodland. Even at that stage, we've got what we want. It's on its way. Andrea says he's missing the blue. Yeah, so you can put the violet in at any time. Natural violet or mix the violet. You can mix the violet. But we are going to paint in some more flowers. Obviously, that's one of the big things we're going to do on this picture. So I wouldn't worry too much. Yes, I've got an email from Brenda. Yes, so the grey was simply just a case of working down the edge of the trees. It was to give a shadow. So your sun is here, so it's the opposite side. It's where the sun will be catching. So imagine these beams of light. Where will that beam of light hit the tree? On the opposite side is where you'd think about adding the shadow, and it's just grey. Even the grey in the ground as well, you know, around the edge of the trackway, around the base of the bushes, the little bits of shrubs, it all helps. It really does. That's the picture finished, apart from some shadows and some highlights and some flowers, which we'll get to. But I want to leave you to fiddle around with all the little bits. The grasses, the bushes. Yeah, so Eve says, which channel are the shows on? So basically, they're on this YouTube channel, but not in this private area. So basically, if you go onto here, and you can basically subscribe and hit the notification bell. That's quite important, folks. So if you're not realised, you're actually watching this workshop on my YouTube channel, but in a private part of it, so only you guys can watch it. Whereas I do lots of other things that are on the open to all YouTube channel. So that's the link I've just popped in the chat. So click on that. That'll take you to the YouTube channel, and then you can hit the subscribe and the notification bell. That way, it will give you access to all the free content anywhere in the world. There's quite a lot of back catalogue on there as well, so check it out. Okay, cool. So hope that's giving you a bit of time to sort of work on those areas. What we're going to do next is start to add a few bits of light to the picture. some flowers. Colours wise, it's up to you how far you wish to go. But I want to bring in a bit of white paint here as well. A little bit of white. So if you've got some white paint hanging around, whether it's gouache or white acrylic or Matthew Palmer white, we're going to use some of that to add a little bit of light. That's always a nice thing to do in your paintings. We've also got a giveaway happening during this workshop, and the giveaway is this here. We've got some brushes, some paints and some watercolour paper to give away, masking fluid as well, and a DVD. That's going to be given away at the end to everybody that's on this particular workshop, so do make sure you stick around for that. We're picking a winner. Now I've got a scrap piece of paper here. I'm going to pop a blob of white paint on that. That's just Matthew Palmer white, but you might have gouache, you might have white acrylic or something. It doesn't really matter. Just a bit of white. I've got some kitchen paper as well, which is going to be quite useful. And basically what I want to do is I'm going to pick up some white paint, so a little bit of water, just a touch of water, and just mix it into the white. Now I tend to put this on a scrap paper because otherwise it just makes a mess of the palette, to be honest. I'm also going to roll it over the edge of the tissue, so I've got a little bit of almost a dry brush white on there really. So a little bit of white paint, like so. It's also worth having handy, if you've got one, I've got one under here, a craft knife. If you've got a craft knife as well, quite useful putting some light in the picture. Quite a sharp knife there. And this is what I want to do with this. I want to take a look at these beams first of all, and using the kitchen paper to ensure that the white's quite dry, what I want to do is just add a bit of extra white at the point where these beams are coming out. Now I don't know whether you're going to even see this or not on your screens, but it's certainly present. It's basically dry brush white, and it allows you to get a bit of extra intensity. I think you can see that, can't you? If I get really close, you can probably even see it better, to be fair. But imagine it's where the beam comes out, and it's a bit of dry brush. And of course it allows you to paint over any trees that you wanted to. I think about rotating your board. Yeah, you can really see that. I mean, if I put some white coming out from there, that'll really... Yeah, that's lovely, that. It's worth the effort, but not too thick with the white paint. But certainly that's a nice one to introduce. Yeah, that's good. I'm pleased with that. That works really well. It just makes it more of a focal point. Can you see the white? The bright white. Just on those edge of those beams. The white paint always makes the biggest difference. And as Tracy Gibbons has said, it's the favourite bit because it's addictive, and it's a definite addictive one. It transforms it. On this painting that's hanging at the back of the studio, the one with the Sherwood Forest on, if we get it on screen, which is here, you can see the white paint's been used in there quite a bit. And look how it allows you to get this interaction. Make the beam actually come over the top of a branch. It's like putting a spotlight on your picture. So on this painting here, definitely worth the effort. Even at the bottoms of these trees, but I would be rotating the board personally to make it slightly easier to achieve. And just keep adding a little bit of water to it. So where that beam comes down there, you can see how it really, it almost puts a mist over the beam. Such a nice technique, folks, and worth a few minutes of your time without a doubt, I would certainly say. And I think that pretty much every workshop we've done that's featured white, and of course not all of them do, but quite a few do, and it's the white that always makes the biggest difference at the end. Of course, you can really make the beams leap out at this point, because it's impossible to get a pure white light on watercolor paper once you've got some paint on it. So this is a good way to create that extra intense light shine. And of course you can paint as little fine ones, because there's going to be little fine ones in there, beams that are almost impossible to paint, so you can use the white paint to capture that. But certainly, yeah, what a big difference that's making. What a huge difference. If I show you that there, it makes a big difference. Certainly worth rotating your board to a more comfortable angle for doing those as well. Really nice, that. Really nice. It just puts a bit of a burst of colour. And there's nothing stopping you putting a bit of white in some of the trees. I mean, for example, if you was to think that it might actually catch this beam might catch the side of that tree, there's nothing stopping you putting a little bit of white on the bottom of those trees, just to say it's got a bit of light catching it. Just a little bit. I wouldn't go crazy with that. Just a little incidental bit of light would be quite nice, just to help things along a little bit. But that emphasizes the light, really does. I think that's enough, you know, on the light beams. If you've got a craft knife as well, you can as well just add a bit of light on the sides of some of the trees where the sun would be catching. Again, I wouldn't do a lot of this, but a little bit, scratching off. Again, it's optional. Just a little hint of craft knife on the edge of the tree where the sun would be catching, whichever side you decide that to be. Depends where you put your light beams, but certainly for me, on this side of the picture, I'm scratching on the bottom couple of inches on the left side of the trees. But look how that's brought those forward. So literally using the knife to scratch. And even on the ground as well. Across the almost the horizon, you could say, because it'll make it look as though light is catching on those areas. And as mentioned, on the side of the tree that would be catching the light. That's a good example, this one here, because the light beams come in from the right side of it, obviously, so that would create that effect of it. It's a good way to attach the trees to the picture as well, because you can see I've scratched the base of that tree there, so it's grounding it. That's enough. Doesn't want much more than that, just a little bit. If you've never done the knife technique before, it's really quite effective. It creates texture, it creates light, and it's like those old-fashioned copper scraping boards that I used to get for Christmas. I remember it well from my auntie and various things. And you used to scratch off a picture. You used to scrape the paint away with a sort of sharpish knife, not too sharp, sharpish knife, and it used to make it look as though the light was shining through, and you used to get that kind of picture used to appear when you scraped off. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean, don't you? Alison Ruth says, I love the workshop, please don't stop. I just need you guys to keep booking, and that's all, Alison. But thank you for that message. Thank you so much. It does, I always say this, it means a lot that people send feedback. And it was so nice at Christmas. We got so many nice gifts and cards from people. It was really nice. So thank you for all the kind gifts people sent and everything. That's effective. If I zoom back a little bit, look how that light is. Honestly, what a difference it makes. Putting the white in the beams, putting the craft knife in the base. It's more the base of the trees, but you can see how it illuminates the side of it. Really, really nice, folks. Hope you've enjoyed doing this one so far. I want to put a few crocuses around the bottom here to finish off, which we'll get to very soon. Really, really good. I just picked up more white paint, and I'm adding a few more beams of light coming through the trees there, or working over the beams, should I say. It almost puts like a translucency to them. I think a few people have mentioned. I had one person email actually asking if they could use aquashine. I'd be a bit cautious. I think that's a little bit too much aquashine for the beams. Just a very faint skim of white paint over some of the beams, and it just puts a nice little bit of power to those beams. You might recall quite a while ago that we did a workshop of the... Oh, sorry, zoom back on that. The Amazon... I love that picture. The Amazon rainforest. We did this painting here of that. It was an introduction to the beam effect. That sort of dramatic, atmospheric sort of beam of light coming through. That's available to pick up as a previous workshop if you want to pick up any previous ones. They're all available. But here we've taken it a bit further. We've added a lot more detail to the painting, as you can see, and it's created a lovely effect of light streaming through the trees. One of my favourite techniques to do. A couple more things to do on this picture, and that is to put some shadows on, some cast shadows, and also some flowers across the front of the picture, a few crocuses, just to finish things off. So hope you're enjoying it so far. Jackie Pullen, another super workshop. Thank you. Very well done. You handled the Facebook fiasco brilliantly. Keep the workshops coming. I will definitely keep booking. Thank you, Jackie. And that does mean a lot. When you say Facebook fiasco, I assume you mean the start where we had a bit of a YouTube crashed on us. But we got there. We got there. We did. We got there. But thank you for your support, Jackie. Okay. Love the white. Just puts a bit of sparkle to it, but without it being too intensive. And as Tracy said, it's really addictive adding the white. One of the favourite parts of the workshop really for me is is introducing some white paint. It doesn't want much neither, you know, just a little hint of white paint is enough to make it work. Now, while we've got white paint on the brush, you might want to think about using a finer brush for this. Maybe, it's up to you. Really is up to you. I've picked up a branching detail brush or a rigger brush or something like that, or just use the point of the current one. Where you've got the bases of trees, the little bushes, that kind of thing, I'd be tempted to pop in some little white flowers, because you get white crocuses, you get yellow, white, purple's quite common. So I'd be popping in some white spots. If I get close into this one at the base of the trees, that'd be lovely to see those. It doesn't want a huge amount of this, you know, because I think as a picture it's working now. At this particular stage, I'm just using some white paint and I'm adding spots on the edges. Now these could be crocuses, obviously, you know, it depends how you want to tackle the picture. You might be thinking of snowdrops or whatever, but certainly slightly larger spots as you get lower down. But these are over these edges using the white paint. In any dark area, you want to be adding some white spots. We'll put some purple ones in the foreground as well. Betsy Ensley, enjoy the workshop so much. I'm up every Sunday at 4:30 AM. Thank you so much, Betsy. I know I can't even say how much I appreciate, you know, I can't describe how much I appreciate, you know, people from overseas getting up at early hours to tune in for these things. And there's a certain buzz about doing them live, but obviously you don't have to do them live if you don't want to. But you know, it's putting a few hours to one side every Sunday, or most Sundays, for doing them. And spread the word, folks, on Facebook. Keep it positive on Facebook. I've got to say that there's been a few people been a little bit, not negative, but putting strange things on Facebook, and you know, and it's all about, social media has its ups and downs, but it's all about keeping these workshops going. That's what the Facebook group's about, keeping these workshops alive, keeping them going. So spread the word on the Facebook group, which is Matthew Palmer's Watercolour group, if you've not come across it, and get people booking on these workshops, because this is what it's getting the world painting is what we're doing here. Loving the white on those edges, that looks beautiful. And then across the front of the picture where the violet is, that's where we're going to put some violet crocuses in a few moments time. Peter Kimberley, nothing seems to upset your rhythm. Thank you for another fantastic workshop. You have my backing and look forward to the next one. Thank you, Peter. You're a star. I think I'm that used to working with technology and cameras and computers, and I've said it before, my background was before painting. I've always painted, but I've taught painting for well over 20 years, but my background was also graphic design, working on the likes of Photoshop and doing video editing and filming and photography. So all this kind of tech kind of comes natural to me. I love the white, but we are going to put some more in there. So just stick around, folks. We'll be picking a winner soon as well. Got some brushes, paper, paints and a DVD to give away. We're picking a winner, Michelle. Don't forget, next week, while we're waiting for people to catch up a little bit, we've still got some spaces. 85% of the spaces have gone for this one. Painting some children flying kites against a beautiful seascape, and we're going to put a boat some sand dunes in the picture as well. So do book in that one. That is going to be on the 23rd of Jan. Stand the chance of winning one of two £40 Watercolour TV vouchers, which will get emailed to you. So that's £80, and then an original Palmer picture as well. We're going to give away signed. So grab a space while you can, folks, while you've got a minute. Patricia, I love your workshop. Still a few to catch up on. Kept me going after losing my elderly daughter 50 months ago. Bless. Thank you so much. Pat Adams has put, I love the camaraderie of the group. Yeah, it's a nice bit of banter, isn't it, in the chat, so, which is good. So let's have a look at this foreground and painting just a few crocuses across the front, just to sort of bring it forward using violet. So when it comes to mixing the colour for this, you can either use natural violet, which is fine, or you could mix a violet from blue with a touch of red. If you wanted to make a more opaque violet, there's nothing stopping you mixing it with the white on the actual white spot. I kind of show you what I mean, really. So I've got my number 6 brush here hanging around, and I can mix the violet quite easily. I've got some there from earlier, actually. So it's just using the blue and the red, or you can use natural violet, which is quite blue, but it dries purple or violet. So yeah, or just feel free to mix it. So I've kind of run out of blue there, so I'm gonna get a bit more blue for the dads. Bit of blue for dads. Pop that in there. And then we'll take that colour, pop it there actually, blue and a touch of red, of course. You can be as purple as you like with these. So you can see a couple of different tones, but you can easily take that colour and you can mix it over some of the white. You have to take quite a bit of it though, and you'll get a slightly opaque version of that colour if you want to. But for me personally, again, for me, it's all about what's important to me on these workshops is that you all go away with a picture that looks happy, you're happy with. Not trying to outdo what we've done here by, you know, stretching it further. What we've done here is a picture that works, and that's important. There's currently 80 people watching live. At its peak, there was 112 people watching live today. So it's important that you go away with a picture that looks good. That's important to me as a teacher, and that's what I want to do here. So yes, you can add as much after the workshop's finished as you like, but for me, using this violet, using the bluey violet, number 6 brush, I'm going to paint in some flowers, which are almost like little V shapes, crocuses, similar to tulips, aren't they? Little V shapes in the corner, as many as you want to. I'm working outside, and this is the main reason why I went for the vignette, because I wanted to get the impression of this nice clean colour poking up, and because it's right in the foreground of the picture, it's a great way to add detail. So what I was trying to say just before this is, if you want to have yellow and white and red and pink and purple ones, you know, it's up to you, but I'm only going to go so far. For one, because I want people to go away with a picture that is okay. If I was sat at home in my studio painting this, just me, nobody else, then yeah, maybe I would go a bit further with it, but not necessarily. Someone that is a art teacher that does it pretty constantly, you realise what works best and what is most important. And that to me is making sure that you guys go away happy. You can't please everybody all the time, obviously. But look how nice that is in the front of the picture. And look how it lifts the foreground up. Just little V shapes and a few little dots and spots. Feel free to mess around with the colour tone, of course. Make it more purple, make it more blue. It's up to you, really. But it's just nice in that corner because it lifts it up, pushes it away, and you can really go to town with how much paint you decide to add. Pop a few little smaller ones going back as well. But it's nice working outside the edge with it being a vignette. I'd always say that. I do like my vignettes, as I'm sure you're aware. Not something I necessarily taught much for doing the virtual classes, but I painted a lot of them. So it's been nice to bring them into play. The secret is to keep looking back at your picture and looking how far you want to go with these. Pop some on the edge. Of your picture. Quite rewarding doing this. A bit awkward because it's right on the edge and I'm sort of leaning on fresh air here, but it's so yeah, after the workshop's finished, it'd be good to see your paintings on Facebook, folks. So if you go to Matthew Palmer Artist, not the group, Matthew Palmer Artist, and that's a nice place to pop your paintings. I will put this picture on in the comments for the post, which will be about sort of 10 minutes after the stream has ended. It's nice to see your paintings in there. It just gets people interested. Last week was a very busy workshop and lots of you did the painting of the fox. It was one of the busiest workshops for a long time, actually. It was a very popular one. I actually sold out quite a way before we did the actual live. But not many people posted on the Matthew Palmer Artist page, whereas lots of you did on the group. So it's nice to see your paintings on the Matthew Palmer Artist Facebook page. Just take a photograph, pop it in the comments, and it's just that more people get to see it that way, which helps me. It's a little thing to ask, I suppose, you know, but it's one of those little things to ask, if you don't mind popping it on there as well as the group, because the group's important to me, because that is the place where we're all kind of, you know, working together. But it's good to see your paintings elsewhere as well, if you don't mind. It's obviously up to you guys. But... so I'm popping some flowers. I'm looking back over my shoulder. Good song by Mike and the Mechanics, 1995, I reckon. So I'm looking back here at the picture and thinking, you know, something that's probably about as far as I want to go. I don't want to go any much further. When you think of this, you think of just a mass of crocuses, but I think the picture works nice as it is. So how much is too much? That's the question. That is the question. Rose Clayton, this painting is stunning, Matthew. I started the mouse the other day, but I think you will have to go on the back burner. Not literally, as you said. Pat Adams, I love the Fox workshop so much. I am still working on it. I had a busy week last week, loving it though. Yeah, the Fox was a great one. It was one of the more popular workshops we've done for a long time. People loved the Fox, they did. And of course, if you want more animals, the squirrel is now, a squirrel in winter is now on Watercolour TV for members of that. If you're not a member of Watercolour TV, do please check it out. And you've always got the white paint to fall back on if you want any more little bits of flowers, of course. But I think we're just about there with that picture, folks. You can add as many flowers as you like to the foreground, but like I said, how much is too much? And that's made a lovely woodland picture. Just love the whole thing about it. Shadows. Shadows. If you get yourself a pale grey, take a look in the palette here. That's the grey I've been using. Diluted it down. A bit of the grey. Going to pop a few shadows in. You've got to be careful not to wash anything off when you put the shadows in. So I would say from the base of the trees here, think about putting a bit of a shadow, just cast like a spotty shadow. Can you see the shadow? Going off, obviously, in relation to where the sunbeams are. That shadow shoots off to that side. If you look here on this side, I'm popping a few little grey shadows on. But try not to paint over any flowers. I think that the flowers are more important than shadows, really. But a few little shadows are quite nice to introduce into the picture. It's probably enough, actually. It's quite often a case that you put a few little horizontal sort of dappled shadows over the footpath. Little bits of grey. But I wouldn't be doing much there. No, I think that's enough. I'm looking back again over my shoulder, and I can see there was little bits of pale grey. Just a nice way to do it. Stippling's featured quite a lot in this picture. Feel free to do a little bit of stippling in the foreground with some of the purple or the violet. Nothing stopping a little bit of stipple going off. I mean, it might be bluebells, crocuses, whichever. Kind of very similar. But that's pretty much it for that one, folks. I'm going to pick the winner, though. I'm going to pick a winner in a minute. I'm just going to sign the picture here. The second workshop of 2022. Enjoyed that just as much, if not more so, than the fox. And I'll leave you to fiddle around with that while I pick a winner. Because we do have a winner. We have a winner. We've got a little prize bundle to give away, which is always good. And don't forget, you can pick up any previous one on the old website. Watercolour TV. New website should be live in the next sort of a couple of weeks. That's the plan. Just putting the finishing touches. Well, not me, but the web company is. I'm just going to pop a frame on this one. I think it'll really look good with a mount on it while I pick a winner. There you go. Stick around, folks, because I've got a winner to pick. Yeah, just enough, I think, those flowers in the foreground. I wouldn't go crazy with those, folks. I wouldn't go too mad. Because that light source that comes from the back of the trees, that's really made the biggest sort of impact, I think, on this one. I'm still here, folks. I'm just picking a winner. Just to explain how we do this, basically, however many people are booked on the workshop, we automatically use a random number generator to just pick a number. Let's say number 120 comes out. The 120th person to book is the person that wins, basically. Just so you know. Just so you know. Trying to get the picture straight here. In relation to the easel. About right ish. Straight at the bottom, fluffy at the top. Sounds like me. Right. We have a winner. We have a winner. We have a winner. And a lovely painting. That's turned out to be an absolute belter. That I love the whole atmosphere of the thing with the light and everything. So yeah, so we've got a winner, and the prize is like a little bit of a watercolour set, some paints, brushes, DVD, and paper, of course. And almost there. Right, let's have a look. So the winner is Laura Young. Laura, this is yours. Well done, Laura Young. You're a winner. Well done to you, Laura. You've got a little set here with some masking fluid, some paints, brushes and paper, and a DVD. Well done to you, Laura. Now next week's workshop, 23rd of Jan. Don't forget, as well as painting a beautiful picture of a beach with some children flying kites and the sea and some landscape and a bit of a boat and sand dunes. It's a bit of all sorts. I said at the start it was a scene in Norfolk. It's not actually. It's a scene in Northumberland. That's what it is. I've got one wires crossed up. It was on a painting holiday in Northumberland a few years ago. And it's a photograph I took there, and I sold the painting to the people that lived in that property where it was painting from. So I want to repaint that scene with you. It's a beautiful one, a gorgeous summer's day. I'm going to paint that live next week, folks, on the workshop, the 23rd of Jan. Paint a beautiful beach scene and seascape. Spread the word around. Get yourself booked in. We've got two £40 vouchers to give away, so £80 in value worth of vouchers to spend on Watercolour TV, which you can spend on the art shop, brushes, paints, whatever. You can't use them on workshop. So there's three prizes. There's two £40 vouchers and an original Palmer painting, which I'll sign 2020, the first painting I did of this year in the studio. So there you go. Thank you for taking time out today. Apologies for the little 30-minute hiccup at the start, but we've produced a beautiful painting here, folks, and I hope you've enjoyed it. I'd love to see your paintings on Facebook, Matthew Palmer Artist, in the comments. Yes, well done, Laura. Well done to you. A few people have said, how do you get the prizes? Well, I literally donate them from the stock. So I personally donate these prizes from me. I pay for them for you guys. I don't get any sponsorship from anybody. Watercolour TV is all me. You know that. So buying something from Watercolour TV supports me. Talking about buying something, folks, do please get your orders in, because this book is out in a couple of weeks' time for the new book. Matthew Palmer's Landscape for the Absolute Beginner, the brand new book. And here is a quick flick through. This is the only copy that exists. It's pre-production. It's 177 pages worth of watercolour. It's a mixture of an old book and a new book. So there's about 60% new content in this book. A beautiful step-by-step one with just stacks and stacks of projects. So It was going to be a new book of 100 pages, but we decided to tie it in with a previous one and make the ultimate guide to watercolour landscapes. Okay, now on Watercolour TV you can purchase a signed and numbered version. We've got about 30 or 40 left, from 1 to 500. So if you'd like to get hold of a pre-order, as soon as it comes they'll get signed and shipped. The next sort of 2 or 3 weeks we're expecting them. There's a link down in the description below the video, or just go to watercolour.tv. In fact, I'll show you because people often ask me how to do it. So if you take a look at the picture here, I'll show you how to get yourself one of those ordered. I'll just get my phone up basically. So if you go to the website Watercolour TV, which is here, and then Art Shop at the top of the screen, click on that, and then you'll see a section on books, Matthew Palmer's art books, and you'll see the first one is, that's the new book there. It is a pre-order, so it's not available yet nowhere in the world, not even Amazon. But if you want a first edition, then that's how you get a first edition, okay? The only place you can get them. And that's today's project. That's put me in a good mood, that is, for the rest of the day. Bit of sunshine streaming through the trees. What more could you want? Thank you for taking time out. Please do book in to the next workshop, which is on the 23rd. I'd love to see you there. Keep an eye on Facebook and the YouTube channel. This is the YouTube channel. Please do hit subscribe, hit the notification bell. This is the private part of the YouTube channel. And then of course we'll have the free side, and there's a demo coming up midweek, probably Wednesday or Thursday, where you can just watch live. You can do super chat as well. That's all on there. That's coming up midweek on the YouTube channel. Please do watch it. I'd love to see you there. Thank you for taking time out of your day. And if you're watching this after the live event, please do send any emails over to this email address with any problems with your paintings, and I'll reply to you at the earliest convenience. Well done to Laura for winning the prize. See you next week, folks, for the workshop. Take care and have a great rest of the day. See you soon, and keep the paint flowing. See you in a bit. Okay, another question. How do you buy the new sky brushes? Okay, so if you buy, I'm still here. If you buy the new sky and cloud brushes from Watercolour TV, you get a free video sent to you via email. It's not a DVD. It's an online video, and you get sent it, and it's a how to use basically. So if you go to Watercolour TV, basically, I'll show you that again. We're still on there, aren't we? I think. Yeah, there you go. Back on again. We're still here. And click on the art shop again, and this time what you do is you go to the actual brushes section, which is there, and then the top one is the new brushes. It's a set of 2 for 20 quid, great value. So you get an exclusive 85-minute video straight away sent to you, or within a day or so, and then a second one is coming up in the next 2 weeks, which you can join in. Limited time offer, that one though, so do make sure to check that out. Betsy says, when are the blocks on Amazon? I didn't even know they was on Amazon, if I'm honest with you, so I'm not sure where it is. I don't know how they got there. Maybe the SAA put them on there, possibly, I don't know, but we only sell them from Watercolour TV. Betsy enjoys the video. Margaret says, thanks for another great workshop. Didn't mind the glitch this morning. My laptop threw a wobbly as well, so it was one of those things. Apparently YouTube's had problems all day, according to the pro user forum. I've been looking on it while I've been talking to you, so it wasn't us. That's a relief, but once that's sorted out, it was good. Andrea, great, thank you for the emails that have come through. I hope you've all had a wonderful day. I've thoroughly enjoyed every brush stroke of that. I really have. Been a pleasure. I will see you next week for some more watercolour painting. Don't forget to book in for this one coming up soon.